committee will hold a workshop on Monday, April 12th, 2021 at 6 p.m. via teleconference to review portions of the annual city budget proposed for fiscal year commencing July 1, 2021. Meeting can be viewed at https://bit.ly/3ct3sqd or by phone at 301-715-8592 or 312-626-6799. Meeting webinar ID phone/video password 176-283-9984. The following city departments will be heard. A, Chief Administrator's Office, Enterprise Funds, East Rock Tower Communications, Lighthouse Carousel, Walker Skating Rink, Alling Memorial Golf Course. B, Public Library. C, Public Safety Communications. D, Police Services. E, Fire Services. F, Department of Engineering. And G, Department of Parks and Public Works. Tonight we're transposing G and F. And Department of Parks and Public Works, and then engineering will be at the end. These items are filed with the city clerk and may be inspected at room 202, 200 Orange Street, New Haven. Per order, Honorable Yvette Hamilton, Chair, attest, Honorable Michael Smart, City Clerk. If you need a disability-related accommodation, please call 3 business days in advance, 203-946-8122 voice or 203-946-8582 TTY. Public may join the meeting and may send public comment to publictestimony@newhavencity.gov. Meeting can be viewed via teleconference at https://bit.ly/3ct3sqd or by phone at 301-715-8592 or 312-626-6799. Meeting webinar ID 943-6760148-1480. Password 176-283-9984. Thank you to everyone that has joined us this evening and welcome. I will start with the attendance. Adam Marchand.
Here.
Can everyone hear me? All right, the attendance. Adam Marchand.
Here.
Ernie Santiago.
Here.
Salvatore DiCola.
Here.
Jeanette Morrison.
Here.
Thank you. Taisha Walker Myers. Anna Festa.
Here.
Richard Furlow.
Here.
Evelyn Rodriguez.
Here.
Ron Hurt.
Present.
Thank you. Charles Decker.
Present.
Thank you. And I'd also like to acknowledge, I saw Alders Rosa Santana, Alder Roth, and Alder Antune. Also Alder Sabin. Have I missed any other colleagues that have joined us?
Madam Chair, I think you've seen them all.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you to everyone that has joined us this evening. And per usual, before we start, we'll go into the procedure of how the meeting will be conducted this evening. And you know that I turned that over. Good evening, Alder Walker Myers. Thank you for joining us this evening also. I see you. I will now turn it over to my Vice Chair, Alder Marchand, just to go through the procedures, and we'll go right into the agenda as laid out. All right, Alder Marchand, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to remind people that this evening is a departmental workshop. And so there's a list of different agencies of the city government from whom we'll hear this evening. It is not a public hearing. The next time that the public may give testimony before this board over Zoom will be on Monday, May 10th. This meeting, of course, is open to the public, but members of the public will not be giving testimony this evening. Of course, at any time, members of the public may submit their comments to us via the email publictestimony@newhavenct.gov. That email address is there, and you members of the public can submit comments all the way up until our special meeting on the budget on the 26th of May. So folks can do that at any time. But if members of the public would like to appear before this committee on Zoom and give voice to their testimony, the third and final public hearing will be on Monday, May 10th. This evening, we will be hearing from multiple organizations, but we're breaking it up into 8 parts. The Chief Administrator's Office will go first, and then we'll pause for questions from colleagues. Then the 4 enterprise funds will be described, and then we'll pause and ask for questions from colleagues. And then there are 6 operational departments that fall under the CAO that will go, and Madam Chair has described them. Engineering will go last in that list. And so that comes to 8 moments at which colleagues will be invited to ask questions. We will proceed as we have, which means that Madam Chair will go through the list of committee members as is published online. Colleagues are given space for 8 up to 4 questions on each item. We ask colleagues, please do your best to make them questions. We understand that it's customary to say a few words of acknowledgement or recognition, but we really need our questions to be questions. And it's useful to think of them in advance before you speak them. So let's try to be clear and efficient this evening. Madam Chair, I believe that is all. Hand it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Marchand. And we'll start with the Chief Administrator's Office. I think that's Director Bombera, or is Mr. Gormany going to speak first? And then Director Bombera.
I'm going to start the presentation, and Mr. Gormany will kick us off.
Sure, I'll say my name for the record. Michael Gormany, 45 Jefferson Road, Branford, Connecticut.
And I'm Rebecca Bombera, Administrative Officer. I have responsibilities of the Chief Administrative Officer during the vacancy. So you have me tonight, and with me we have Steve Labrandy from Human Resources and Benefits, and Rick Fontana from Emergency Management, the 2 divisions within the CAO's office. So, Mr. Gormany is going to start us off with the overview.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Bombero. Good evening, Alders. Great to be here again. As I've been doing with the past departments, I will sort of just give a budget overview with Deputy Director Bombero through all the CAO departments, and sort of transition into the other into the department heads to sort of give an overview of their department. So again, we're starting off with the CAO's office administration, which consists of Director Bombero and the vacancy in the CAO, which is admin, emergency management, which is Mr. Fontana, and human resources, which is Mr. Labrandy. So going on an overview from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 22, there were a few changes in the admin section of the budget. The first change that you would see is we did the elimination of the UNH co-op program within both budgets. That was a program that we had partnered with the University of New Haven on their public safety program. So we would have students work on police, fire, and in emergency management, as well as the CAO admin section, just on various projects to get that experience related to public safety. Throughout this budget presentation, these budget presentations, you've heard sort of the theme within fiscal year 22 and prior with the changes of some positions within Corp Council. The city has really been focusing in on employment and labor. So one of the things that you would see in the CAO's admin is an increase in the other contractual services line for human resources. We increased that by $150,000 for additional public safety and recruitment and testing efforts within human resources. Public safety testing is our most expensive type of testing that we have in the city because we use outside contractors to perform police and fire testing. The remaining testing in human resources is really done with other departments, department heads such as myself. So there's really not a large cost when it comes to testing on non-sworn positions. There was a reduction in the temporary and part-time helpline in the CAO's office. And that is in the human resources section. That's where we pay our interns from. Right now we have one intern, I believe, in the human resources department. And there was also a reduction to overtime of $15,000. Now, just as an FYI, that overtime reduction will be adjusted on the technical amendment, just so everyone understands that overtime is related to public safety testing. Based on federal guidelines related to overtime in workforce, the staff in the Human Resources Department is eligible for overtime based on their rank within executive management and confidential. So as we ramp up public safety testing, that overtime adjustment will probably need to be made whole and brought back to the budgeted amount of this current year of $30,000. There were no changes. CAO admin doesn't really have any license permits and fees in their budget. And again, I know I gave an overview of the rolling stock, but the CAO is really the coordinator with management and budget on the rolling stock. So I just wanted to make that note because again, it's in the budget as CAO management and budget. I know I gave an overview during the finance presentation, but just wanted to note that on the CAO budget. So I will turn it back over to Ms. Bombero and her group.
So we're just going to give you a quick overview on the programmatic side of the house. And
Are we okay? Very good. Thank you. Go on.
So this is our org chart. It's rather simple. Just one correction.
Madam Chair, one quick moment. We should just make sure that Deputy CAO Rebecca Bombero gives us her name and address.
Name and address. Yes, you are so correct. Yes, indeed. My mistake. Go ahead, Director Bombero. Your name and address, please.
Rebecca Bombero, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, 122 West Rock Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut. So just as our simple org chart, as Mike alluded to, but there are 3 positions in the admin section, the vacant Chief Administrative Officer, myself, and we do have an executive administrative assistant who helps us with files and coordination and is a really important member of our team. And then we have Human Resources and Benefits, with Mr. Librandi oversees, and Emergency Management, which Rick coordinates for us.
Mr. Fontana.
So a lot of the last year, as with many departments, has been spent on COVID response. Emergency management, as in its title, was a very important portion of that. While we had handed many of the pots, planning and logistics was a lot of what we were involved with. Coordinating the emergency shelter over at Career, logistics for the test sites like the CVS test site and the new CIC test site, vaccine pop-ups, procurement of personal protective equipment, storage, and grant management. A lot of planning and logistics went into this. Another large part of it, where HR played a big role, was workforce protocols, the interdepartmental coordination with risk management and health, labor, and legal. working on safety protocols and return to work, and really making sure we could get back to functioning here at the city side. As we pivot towards COVID recovery, we're going to learn things from this. Reimagined meetings like this one, a lot of what we've done over the last year has moved to Zoom. And in some places, it will continue to be appropriate. I think just of the permit coordination meetings that we do, where a whole bunch of different departments meet with organizers of events. It's user-friendly to allow those organizers to come to us in a digital format, and it saves time for all the staff to attend that meeting digitally as opposed to everybody coming to the same location with offices all across the city. We're looking at a lot of infrastructure improvement. And one of the things we've noticed during the pandemic is the importance of internet connectivity, and the importance of our green spaces and making healthier and more connected neighborhoods. Just building upon that, a lot of what the chief administrative offices and our departments do ties in very closely with the board's agenda. We're going to work towards improving outreach and recruitment of New Haven residents for our jobs. Continued collaboration with New Haven Works. It was really warmed my heart to see Paul Korkovich come before you at your last public hearing. Great addition to the Parks team. Love working with New Haven Works and Emerge and Reentry and really giving people opportunities, especially our residents. It's great to see the pride that employees have when they get to work in the neighborhoods that they're from. Public safety, reinforcing of community policing, improved neighborhood vitality, continued collaboration with CSA on the alternative response model, and continue recruitment and promotions in our uniformed services. Quality affordable housing, you'll see a lot in fire department, the vacant building registration that we've been working on, fire education, and our continued clean and safe neighborhood sweeps in collaboration with various city departments. Health equity and vibrant communities, continued on our COVID path and are building upon our public space enforcement, enhanced safe streets and major corridors through engineering, and then environmental justice, working on recycling, alternative trash diversion policies, and working with the Environmental Advisory Council on priorities. So with that, I'm trying to keep everything short and simple for you guys tonight. Happy to answer any questions you might have for myself, Mr. Librandi, or Mr. Fontana.
Okay. Very good. Alder Marchand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Deputy CAO Bombero for her concise presentation, Mr. Gormany as well. I have just a few questions I'll ask quickly. Perhaps you could say a few words about why the UNH public safety program is no longer going to be funded. Is that a budgetary decision or is that a programmatic decision?
It's a budgetary decision. We can still take on UNH interns through the general city internship program, but there's not going to be a designated fund specifically for them as we work to trim our budget. We just have to reduce the amount of interns we have citywide. We'd love to continue it. We'll be happy to take them on academic internships for credits to help them build their resumes that way. But there's a lot of hard choices we had to make in this budget, and that was one of them.
Thank you for that response. My next question is in regards to the testing. I'm wondering if the money proposed for that will be enough in order to do the testing we hope to do, and is it going to be online or in person?
Steve, you want to take that one?
Sure. So this is Steve Librandi, 470 Lakeview Drive, Fairfield, Connecticut.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. So public safety testing has been done in person. We were able to work with the test consultants to come up with CDC approved mechanisms for getting fairly large numbers of people. We did police entry exam this past year with well over almost 200 and something candidates, and we did that keeping people outside prior to coming in the building, keeping them physically distant in the building, taking more space up to do the particular, tests, whether those were written or oral exams. With respect to non-public safety testing, we are doing that just about 100% virtual. So we are using Zoom and other, software like that. We do sometimes for test security purposes, we will have candidates come into the training room and 200 Orange, but they come one at a time or maybe two or three at a time where we can spread them out. And then they can use our computers there. And then the people that are administering the test, or if it's an oral test, people asking the questions are actually not in the building. They're doing that via Zoom. So we've been able to move a lot of that to virtual. I would anticipate us continuing that for a lot of what we do for non-public safety testing. Public safety testing is kind of a different animal. And as you noted, as Mike Gormley noted, the budget was increased in order to ensure that we had enough money to do the police and fire testing that we plan on doing in the upcoming year. I believe they are a total of 7 different ranks and positions that we'll test for in a combination of police and fire, including we are assuming we would need to do the police entry-level test again, given the continuing needs to staff the police force. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you, Mr. Librandi. I appreciate the information. Madam Chair, perhaps I should recognize Alder Steve Winter and Alder Frank Douglas, who have joined us as well.
Right, and Alder Saban too. Alder Eli Saban, did we acknowledge him?
Well, he's been doubly acknowledged, and that's wonderful.
Okay, cool. Continue.
My
please.
last question, Madam Chair,
Mhm.
has 2 parts. So it's my 3rd and 4th questions. And they're both in regards to rolling stock. The first one is about maintenance of the fleet, which of course is probably spread over multiple departments, but I would like the CAO's office to say something about the maintenance of the fleet that we have. And then the second question is about electrification of the fleet. Are we investing in more hybrid and electric vehicles, and do we intend to go further in that direction? Thank you, Madam Chair.
So to the Alder's question, yes, maintenance of our vehicles is divided across a number of city agencies. Police garage has its own mechanics. The fire department has its own mechanic, technically 2, but we're working to fill the 2nd position right now. And then the majority of our fleet is maintained through our Department of Parks and Public Works at the DPW garage. All of the fleets do attempt to maintain a preventative maintenance schedule, but the priority is always state of good repair, getting the vehicles back on the road. So we are working and employing software to manage all those. And to your second question, yes, in all of our purchases, we explore alternative and hybrid vehicles. You'll see the mayor going around in the Volt, which is an electric vehicle. We do have a couple of those in our fleet. And as we buy fleet level vehicles that aren't our workhorse vehicles, those are our preferred type of vehicle.
Okay. All righty. Very good. Thank you, Alder Marchand. Moving on to Alder Ernie Santiago. Any questions, sir?
Yes, I got one that I think Alder Marchand asked it, but for some reason my computer went mute. About the elimination of the UNH co-op. Was that, I didn't hear the answer. Was that a COVID related safety or just to save some money?
unfortunately, it was one of the budgetary decisions we had to make. But you are right, this year we did reduce the number of in-person internships due to COVID. We do have some digital internships, but for the majority of the year, we have seen a reduction in interns due to COVID.
Thank you. That was it.
Okay, thank you, Alder Ernie Santiago. Alder DeCola?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions were answered about the rolling stock. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you. Alder Morrison?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Alder Walker Myers?
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Alder Festa?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. Just curious about the testing. We normally budget for testing, so why did we need the increase? Do we anticipate increase in testing?
Yeah,
I guess.
we primarily, the extra money is for public safety testing. We don't have to flex that based on non-public safety testing, but we have 6 positions that we expect to test for for a combination of police and fire, which is more than we've done the last couple of years.
Okay, thank you for that clarification regarding the increase. Do we know what software we're using to manage the fleet and the ages of the fleet, if
Sure.
it's known?
We use AssetWorks. I can get you the average age of the vehicles, which I don't have handy right now. But if I recall from my capital budget presentation, when I had that handy, average age of a vehicle is somewhere around 8 years. But I'll get that for you exactly.
Through the chair.
Through the chair. Yes, Madam Chair, if we could get that information through you, the age of the cars and their longevity, that would be great. Thank you. And also if you can add how many are retired each year, that would also be very helpful.
How many are retired, you said, ma'am? Okay.
Yeah, cars, that is.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay.
Year to year, unfortunately, we will get every year we can out of a vehicle.
I appreciate that. And then just lastly, I noticed, this has to do with rolling stock and particularly with education. It says the tradesmen vans. Now, it's my understanding that one of the contractors uses our fleet for their work. Do they pay anything into it, or they use it, or it's part of their contract?
So that's our facilities department that we contract with. So we provide the vehicles because their folks are doing the work on behalf of New Haven Public Schools. So we provide the vehicles for them to perform those services.
So even though they're a contractor, they still use our vehicles?
Yes, I believe their folks still use our vehicles, correct.
Okay, and is that common practice?
Depending on how a district has its facilities department set up, it is, I've seen it both ways. So it just depends on how that entity is actually set up.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Also, just as a public service announcement, if anyone is interested with the electrification of fleet and buildings, CSEP is holding their meeting tomorrow night regarding that very topic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Righty, moving right along. Alder Furlow?
My questions were answered, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alder Evelyn Rodriguez?
My questions were answered, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All righty. Alder Hurt?
Madam Chair, thank you. No questions at this time. Thank you.
All righty. And Alder Decker?
Madam
No questions.
Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, did I hear someone?
Madam Chair, I was saying I had no questions, but I think somebody else was
chiming in as well.
Yeah, I heard another voice. Besides, I did hear you, Alder Decker. I think I might have heard someone else, or my.
Madam Chair, I believe it was an echo.
Oh, okay. All right. So moving right along to the enterprise funds, Director Bombera.
All right, can we see the screen again?
Yeah, if I can find it.
Yes, we can.
We have 4 enterprise funds that the Chief Administrative Office helps to oversee with a couple of our departments. The East Rock Communications Tower falls within the CAO. You'll notice the loss of income as the result of operations. We're in a spend down in this enterprise fund. For years, the city was making money off of leasing tower space at the top of East Rock, but as microwave technology has changed, the market for those rentals has decreased. We're down to just 2 tenants up there. So we're only forecasting revenue of $15,000. We'll continue to make expenditures out of this fund to maintain the tower. You're going to start to see more capital improvements coming out of capital funds for our communications system. But we will still have a positive result in the fund at the end of the year as we continue to spend this down until we close out this fund because it's no longer a money-making enterprise for the city.
Okay.
Next up is the Ailing Memorial Golf Course. We're going to have a positive result of operations here. We're off to a good start this season. Weather is our friend, and we hope that continues into the year. The course looks great, and the fund will continue to have income surpass expenses. Ralph Walker Skating Rink. One thing to note in the technical amendment, we will be amending this as a previous year's results were not included at the start. But we do expect a positive result of operation in this fund as we start to grow the enterprise fund balance for future repairs. The rink is looking good. And we hope in post-COVID, we're all able to get out and go skating. Lighthouse Park Enterprise Fund. So COVID does have an impact here. We have a very healthy balance, but we're not seeing as many rentals during the COVID. So we do plan to continue some of those repairs out of the fund. So while we don't expect revenue to exceed expenditures in the coming year, that is because we're continuing on those maintenance projects through the reserves. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All righty. Kind of lost my view here. Go ahead, Alder Marchand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate Deputy CAO Bombero's concise delivery of this information. I'm going to save the East Rock Tower for last, but I want to start with the golf course. It seems like this year we anticipate about $500,000 positive balance. Next year we're budgeting for an ending balance of 874, which tells me that that's another 350,000 that's in the black. And do these monies get plowed back into the course?
So yes,
at some point.
That is the use of the enterprise fund. The funds are available there for capital upgrades, as we will soon be undertaking out at the golf course, and also for equipment. We try to replace equipment out at the golf course within its useful life. So we buy new mowers and aerators and such out of those funds. The Golf Course Advisory Board, which has both Parks Commission and city folks that help to guide those decisions, help plan those expenditures. In previous years, we've done cart paths. It all goes back in as an enterprise fund to help sustain the asset.
In regards to all the funds, are there any proposed changes to the fees associated with public use of these facilities?
So you'll recall that the golf course fee schedule is adopted in a 5-year. I can, off the top of my head, I don't recall if this year has a change in it, but it was approved by the board in conjunction with the approval of the contract, and it's a 5-year schedule.
Mhm. How about the other?
There are no
The Lighthouse Park and the rink.
proposed fee increases in either of the others.
How do you assess the new partnership with UNH in the skating rink? Albertus Magnus, rather.
Albertus. So it's difficult to judge as this year was a COVID year, and our sports were very different than they have been in other years, but they're a great partner. In addition to hockey, they were a partner for us on some activities related to COVID. I think they were able to squeak in one game this year at home on the ice, but COVID did change everything. And we do hope that next season will be more normalized for us.
Thank you. My final question is about the East Rock Park Communication Tower. Could you say more about what the city's current thinking is about the future? And my understanding is that we do have some critical infrastructure up on that tower that belongs to the city. So I don't imagine the city's proposing to take down the tower, but what's the state of conversation about the future of that facility?
So you'll get more detail on that when we go into PSAP, as there's a capital allocation within PSAP to start our project of upgrades for our radio communication system. And we're going to continue to maintain the existing infrastructure through the enterprise fund, but we're really looking towards the future through PSAP and our planning there.
I look forward to hearing from them shortly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Thank you, Alder Marchand. Alder Ernie Santiago.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
All righty. Alder DeCola, any questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
Alder Morrison, any questions on the enterprise funds?
No questions at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All righty. Alder Walker Myers.
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Alder Festa.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Hold on, I think my questions were, a couple of them were answered. Oh, here's one. The golf course, it was mentioned that there were capital expenditures planned. What types of capital expenditures are being planned for that?
So as part of the upgrades to the facility that are funded through the city's capital budget, there will be some fit out and fixtures that will be covered through the enterprise fund.
Okay, because that went through a whole renovation, didn't it?
It is planned. Construction has yet to start due to some challenges and of course COVID.
Okay. But that's already been budgeted for. This is what we're talking about tonight is separate from that. Okay, thanks for that clarification. And then regarding the Rolf Walker skating rink, we do have the Albertus contract for games, but are we offering rental for people, teams that want to practice there? I know that a few schools have reached out to me, and I think I forwarded them before pre-COVID looking for rink time. What is the plan for bringing that forward?
Absolutely. So as we move out of COVID and don't have the uncertainty of the regulations in front of us, we'll be leasing out that time to learn to skate groups and peewee hockey and pickup hockey. As you indicated, there's a significant amount of interest there. The contract with Albertus does give them the first crack at time, which should be replaced with a Board of Ed slot if Board of Ed ever was to launch a team. So they would have first preference, then Albertus. But Albertus is also interested in additional ice time for potential expansion for women as well.
Oh, that'll be exciting. Okay. And where are we with the completion of this facility?
So I will wait until Mr. Zinn gets on for the most up-to-date, but construction is active, and we do hope to be done with the concession side and warming hut prior to the start of the 2021 season.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Alder Furlow, any questions on the enterprise funds?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All righty, thank you. Alder Evelyn Rodriguez, any questions?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All righty, moving right along to Alder Hurt. Alder Ron Hurt, any questions? And Alder Decker, then.
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. All right, Alder Hurt, are you with us? Maybe not. All righty, we're moving right along with this night. So next up on the agenda will be the public library.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee, and Madam President. It's John Jessen, 1931 Chapel Street, New Haven, Connecticut.
Good evening. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you. I come to you tonight as your city librarian.
Yes.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share the library's accomplishments, some of the things we did to address COVID and our goals for next year. So I'll try to get through this fairly quickly.
Mr. Gorman, up first with his overview.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Jessen. Just to give a brief overview of the library, again, during these presentations, we've been focusing in on the Forward Together budget, which is what the city is very optimistic in the revenue that we would get from the state and or Yale University. So in the Forward Together budget, the library's budget is left relatively flat with very few minor budgetary adjustments based on hiring only. So as you can see, the FY21 budget was $4,023,843. In the Forward Together budget, it's $4,019,849. So there would be very few changes in the actual budget proposal going into the Forward Together budget. Again, as I did during the budget overview, the crisis budget was really what would happen if, the city were not to get the revenue. And the effects on the library would be that positions within the crisis budget would go to $1, would be the librarian 2 and the supervising librarian, and the closing of Mitchell Library. The closing of Mitchell Library was strictly a budgetary decision, as the Mitchell Library is one of our more costly libraries in terms of personnel and non-personnel. But again, I think in these budget talks, we are really focusing in on the Forward Together budget so that we do not have to make that decision of closing the Mitchell Library. As far as license permits and fees, there are no changes in their budget. On the capital side, we looked at the library and the overall library improvement needs based on Mr. Jessen's budgetary submission to the Office of Management budget. So again, as with most departments, as we looked at the city's fiscal needs in relations to borrowing, and every department sort of taking a cut on the capital side, we looked at Mr. Jessen's current allocation of $1.2 million and how much would be carried over to sort of supplement the reduction going into the 21-22 budget. So that's how we were comfortable with going in with $800,000 over a new 2-year period, because we will have carryover from different years to continue to make those library improvements for Mr. Jessen. Library improvements include roof replacements, HVAC, renovations, other improvements that relate to capital. So I will now turn it over to Mr. Jessen to sort of give an overview of the library's accomplishments.
All righty. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Gormley. So we'll just control of my deck here.
I've got control of your deck.
All right, sure. Thanks, Becky. First, I want to start by saying that, I'm going to be talking about our accomplishments and our goals, and none of these things could be done without the dedicated, hardworking, creative, and innovative staff that I have here at the library. We have a fantastic group of staff, and I've just been really proud of them as they've pivoted to address the issues of COVID, learned a lot of new technology, a lot of new ways of offering services because of it. So again, this was a real team effort here at the library. I'm very excited to share with you tonight our accomplishments. Again, just quickly, I'm going to be sharing our accomplishments, with a quick breakout of some of our COVID-19 responses. I'm going to be talking about how these accomplishments line up with the Board of Alders legislative agenda, and then I'm going to be finishing with our goals for next year. So, Becky, if you just want to go forward. Oh, and I should state too that please note this is a 21-page deck from the library, and there's a lot of information in here. I'm going to go quickly, but there's a lot of slides that I'm urged the Alders to read. There were slides earlier from the state library that talks about how the staff here at the library is underpaid against its cohorts in the state, and also how our percentage of the municipal fund against our cohort group of libraries in the state is also shrinking. So just thank you for taking time to read my full presentation. Now, if we can go to the accomplishments. Go through go through that. Yeah, we can start with successes here. So FY21 successes, our accomplishments. We actually look at these and we see investments. Actually, Becky, can you back up one slide? There we go, thank you. First and foremost, last year, one of the things, COVID stole a lot of thunder from a lot of people in the country all over the world, but one of the things it did to the public libraries, it took our thunder that we were going to announce fine-free. We ended up going fine-free just because of the state of the universe, so to speak, because of COVID, but since July 1st, 2020, the library has been fine-free, and we are extremely excited to do this to create this equitable and inclusive borrowing experience. As I said, these are our investments. Even though we will be, looking to find ways to pick up the revenue that we lost from our fines and fees, which is around $30,000. As the Board of Alders can understand, take one child, one future. The library is a lifetime learning process. And so you take a child who has a bad situation at the beginning of their lives and they move forward, they no longer use a public library. Their children never use a public library, et cetera, et cetera. So we figure that if one child can continue to read because we are now fine-free, then we have succeeded in with this initiative. And so that's very important for us. And so we're really excited about that. We've also redesigned our website. We had a timeline for that we beefed up a little bit so we could get it out sooner. And where this comes in and really important is our mobile website was clunky to say the least. And so we're really excited to have a new mobile website. This again will address the city's issue with the universal connectivity of all the people in the city that don't have internet access. We know from our stats that 50% of the people that are coming to the library walking up to the library and getting their services that way. And so they're not necessarily going to be finding something on an internet or finding something through social media. But what our new website does is it does have an amazing mobile app, which allows people to seamlessly and easily surface our website and find the news and the information they need. So we do hope that a lot of folks with, that do have cell phones, even if there's intermittent service, that they can access our website. In fact, today, just a quick note I received, we had the number of users in our website this month in March was 6,240. This is the highest number of users for the library's website since we started taking stats in the spring of 2012. So we're super excited. The website's already taking off and it's already doing hopefully where we thought it would do, which is make life and interacting with the library much, much easier. We've also upgraded our entire managed network, our internal broadband and our external broadband. You remember I came last year in front of the Board of Alders because we were looking for, to solidify this contract. This gives us all new equipment. It increases our bandwidth. It's going to help us. Last year alone, even with COVID, we had a 415% increase in Wi-Fi use at the library. So we know people are coming in to use our space, but they're using their own a phone or whatnot to access the Wi-Fi. So we're very excited that we have fast, safe, and secure Wi-Fi now. Another thing we've done is we've loaded in some new data software to help us analyze, so we can specifically keep us, so we can go after user retention, and also it will allow us to see what everyone's doing in specific neighborhoods, because we can dole it out by zip code, and we can also find out if people are what they're doing on our databases. And so this should be really helpful to help us in the future, learn to what we're going to do in the future to offer these services to folks. We also we now have self-check in our buildings, all 5 buildings that we have. This is going to allow and it has a special app that you can check out a book on your phone. Community members are already coming in using that app, and they're very excited to do it. Gives them a lot of freedom. It's a lot of safety and security during COVID, even right now, that they can come into the library and use these kiosks. They're almost touchless, and so we specifically put those in so that it would make it easier for people and safer for people to access materials at the library. And then finally, the one thing, there's other things here on the deck, but the last thing I want to talk about as far as with successes is that, we've had extensive technology upgrades to all of our neighborhoods, locations. We've loaded in smart workstations for people that are doing a little bit more than the average thing on computers. We find people need Adobe Suite and other software suites that we didn't have. So we now have workstations, and we were able to receive mobile hotspots from various grants, COVID related. And so we are now pushing out, we are renting COVID hotspots, or loaning COVID hotspots, and laptops as well. And then finally, we've had a whole integration of our adaptive technologies at all 5 locations. So I mentioned those social media stats, and they're very impressive. I could go on and on. Our Facebook numbers are through the roof, 400 and some % new users. Our social media has been doing really well at the library. That's very impressive, but we wanted, I always want to state, and I always talk with staff about this, is that we know from past community needs assessments that 50% of the community members that utilize the library utilize it from walking up and coming into the building every day. They're not connected, through using social media. They're not on Facebook. They're not, they don't have connection in their houses. And so this has been something that's been very challenging for us, like every library in the country. And we have been doing outreach in various different ways from our branches to drum up, the word that the library is in fact open. It's a common mistake that the library closed. We did close for a little bit right during the beginning of COVID, but then we opened up quickly thereafter with all of our online materials and programs and whatnot. I'd also like to just address some of the responses we had. They're very important for the COVID-19 pandemic. With facilities, we are very, very excited that we have a very clean HVAC system. We always keep our HVAC fairly clean, but we've doubled down. We've have a higher level of MERV filters. We went with the MERV 11. They stop almost anything. And we have made changes to the airflow so that we have more fresh air in the buildings. We actually sent our filters into the CDC, and they were brought to test them to find out if there was perhaps even some COVID, on the filters, and they were clean. So we're really excited about that. We've upgraded all of our bathrooms to be handless, touchless sinks, and toilets for operation. We put in paper towel. We found paper towels that actually do not plug the toilet. We tested them, they work. And so we have paper towels in place as opposed to electrical, because it blasts the COVID around a little bit more. And so we do have that as well. For operations, we started curbside. We instituted live chat right away on our website. We hadn't had chat before, so it's just another way people could contact us. And then we opened fairly quickly. We opened our the library's tech, and we created a study center in the lower level of the main library. So we're very excited about those moves that we made. Again, for programmatically with the response to COVID-19, we have the Wi-Fi hotspots and the Chromebooks that are now out there. A lot of virtual programs, a lot of the programs we created were obviously virtual. These are author talks, local history tours, writing groups, story times, and then also various partnerships with other area organizations. We also did extensive outreach to the schools in order to, at their meal sites in the summer, just to keep them informed about what was going on at the library during the summer. For health, our responses, we're also very proud of our health responses. We continue to work with the Liberty Community Services. They're offering one-on-one social services consultations for basic needs. They come in the building, and they're offering Zoom telework as well. Our staff, at the height of COVID, when we first shut down, we sewed over 150 cloth masks, and we made about 550 face shields that we donated to the area, different organizations, and also to the area. The face shields went to the area hospitals. Stetson Branch participated in a health-related community outreach event that was very successful, giving away turkeys and essential health resources around Thanksgiving and the holidays. And then Fairhaven has been had over 11 outdoor markets in conjunction. They hosted with Gather New Haven and the Common Ground High School and the Fairhaven WIC department. These 11 outdoor markets found over 5,400 pounds of fresh produce purchased by community members. And so we're really excited about that. And we're in our goals for upcoming for more partnerships with food groups. So when I look at our, what we've accomplished, our investments that we made, as they stack up to the legislative agenda. We can go to the next slide, Beck. Thank you. Many of the ways that our missions, they align, there's many ways they align. Basically across any of your agendas, the jobs for New Haven residents, or the public safety for all, the quality, affordable health care, health equity and vibrant community, and environmental justice. Here we address those issues with our programs. We have job fairs, business coaching, we have health programs. We address those issues with having the ability for folks to come in and use our space for technology and study, or to get assistance from our librarians on how to apply for jobs, or how to apply for food stamps or unemployment. Our green spaces are being activated. They were a little bit in the fall, and they're going to be activated more now in the spring with story times and, ways for people to come and hang out outside like they would have done probably in the past and be calm in the library. They're going to be able to hang out outside. We were very excited about the strategic partners that we use, like in public safety. We've worked really well with Project Longevity and Standing Up for Justice on some events that we've done. And then finally, of course, our traditional materials and resources. We know, in fact, it came out of Yale University last year that reading increases your life expectancy. And so simply by reading, I hope that the library's encouraging folks to read. I hope the library is doing its part for the health and wellness of the city of New Haven. I'll end here with the goals. Of course, our Our big goal is the new Stetson Library. There's been a little bit of a delay, but we're pretty much all on schedule. We're very excited. We've got a chance to walk through that building a couple of times. It's going to be double space. It's going to double floors. It's 60% bigger space that we have across the street. And we're very, very excited to be going in there and working with our partners, with LEAP and with the with Cornell Hill Health Center and the Senior Center and the Youth Department of the city. So we're very excited to be coming into that location. We have big plans for the New Hall, Bill Dixwell area. We're also going to be embarking on a master facilities plan. This is going to be a big leap for us, and we're very excited to be planning on it right now. It's going to be all inclusive. It'll be for facility side of planning and also for space side, how folks use the library. So we hope to have a good plan in the coming year. One of the ways that we are going to attempt to gain revenue from the loss of revenue that we had from the going fine free is that we want to open a passport office at the library. There are passports office now in West Haven and in Hartford and in the Ferguson Stanford Library. That makes the Stanford Library averages 300,000. They net 300,000 a year, and we believe that we can do even better than that. We're situated in an even better position to do that. So we're excited about that. We're excited about the fact that we're going to be activating our library green spaces this summer with programs and services. And then another thing we are excited about working on is we will be unveiling a bike kiosk. So it's a Readmobile that's driven by people. I was hoping to have one designed that had to be driven by 4 people, but I'm not sure that it's going to pass inspection, but we will get some really cool looking Dr. Seuss looking bike kiosk so that we can drive it around the city and get out to neighborhoods and have our wares, have our books and our events and our programs out in the various neighborhoods. We're also going to be loading in bike repair stations at every location, and we'll be investing in those. And then finally, we will be taking a pop-up tech van out to various locations. We'll have an app so that people can find it, but we will, we'll be able to run classes and have people just use the computers for whatever they need to do. And we will assist people with jobs or housing issues or whatever types of issues they may have on the computer. Or kids, there'll probably be a lot of kids this summer that will be trying to catch up in homework. And so we'll have ability to be outside, and still be able to get your work done. So that is all I have right now. I'm very happy to take questions.
Wow. Great. Very concise, Mr. Jessen. Let me find myself here. Bear with me here. Alder Marchand, do you want to start?
I'd be delighted, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I just want to thank Mr. Jessen for his able leadership of the library. I'm continually amazed by the creativity of the organization, adjusting to multiple paradigm shifts over recent years, certainly COVID, the most recent, but libraries have been going through a huge paradigm shift because of the advent of the internet. And the library has continually reimagined itself as a hub for community activity. And I just congratulate you and your staff and your predecessors for all the creative original thinking. I would also say that the library, I think it's hard to find dollars better spent than on the library. So my question is really for Mr. Gormany. When the mayor was coming up with this crisis budget, why did he come looking at the library, given the crucial role that it plays in the community and the fact that dollars are so well spent in this treasured community entity?
Well, Ms. Alder Marchand, I think in looking at the budget as a whole and looking at different cuts in different areas, you know, when you come to certain departments, there are obviously things that we're going to look at that, you know, have a great benefit, but would look at to be cut. And when you look at the library, again, you're either looking at personnel, closing the library, reduction in hours, or whatever the case is. And doing the assessment of looking at each of the 4 libraries, that was one of the options that we came to in crafting the crisis budget, was looking at closing the Mitchell Library. So it was a variety of things in the decision. But again, I think it's looking at, when you're looking at cutting across the board in each department, every department brings a different type of service. And in the library's case, again, the assessment was looking at really just closing that particular branch.
Madam Chair, I will have a lot more to say about this during deliberations, and I won't belabor the point now. I thank you, Mr. Jessen, for your service, and thank you for your response, Mr. Gormany.
Moving right along. Alder Ernie Santiago, any questions?
No question at this time, Madam Chair.
Alder DeCola,
No questions at this time.
Morrison?
No questions at this time, but I do have a statement. I just want to thank our city librarian, John Shetson, for the outstanding job he has done in leading the library and the creativity. You listed a lot of things, John, but you also left out a lot of things that you guys are doing. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate your leadership in this transition with the new Stetson Library and being a part of that whole process as we merge into this new family. So continue to keep up the great work, and thank you. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Alder Marchand.
Thank you, Alder Morrison. Moving right along, Alder Walker Myers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to wrap my head around how we came to the conclusion about which library was going to be closed. Mr. Gormley, can you tell me, out of all the libraries that we have, which one is the most underutilized?
I actually do not have that stat on me. I don't know if Mr. Jessen knows the answer to that.
Well, one thing I would say is when we talk about utilizing the libraries, one thing you'll notice is that, well, the first common misconception is that the Fairhaven Library is for the folks in Fairhaven. It's not. It's like people from all over the city visit the Fairhaven Library. People from all over the city will visit the Wilson Library. Each one of these libraries will, there's KPIs, excuse me. They're KPIs for, traditional stats, door counts, circulation, number of programs, attendance in the programs. Some libraries do better in circulation, and then some libraries do better in door counts, and then some libraries do better in programs, and some libraries do better in the amount of people that are accessing them to utilize technology. So really, they all have their strengths across the board, and it is like, if you're looking at it from a non fiscal reality, not just straight up dollars and cents, then it does get much more complicated, because every library, as you can imagine, is important in its community and shines in particular ways that really partially defines that reality. And the Stetson Library, we've never had large circulation at the Stetson Library, but we've had amazing programs. Door counts are high, and there's a lot of usage, programmatically of people coming into that building. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. I was just trying to wrap my own head around how the decision was made, but I also think all libraries are important. Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Walker Myers. Alder Festa? You're next,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Justin, thank you for all that you do. You've been busy. And I read through your other goals that you did not mention, and you've look, growing up, it was always reading is fundamental. And but not only that, growing up, most of us did not have computers. It was the brick and mortar that we went to. And I think with COVID, we have come to the realization for those families that can't afford the internet and computers, that brick and mortar is still important. And for that, I don't believe in closing any libraries. Even if you service one person is still important. But I do have a question for you in regard to the crisis budget, which is dollaring out a couple of positions. And I would just want to know, what would these cuts mean for daily operations of the library?
So those two positions that were put on hold were the teen librarian. We're always very short. We have one teen librarian for the entire system. So we would probably have to reassign a children's librarian to do that work. And so it will mean that, like anything, if you don't have a position there, then all that work that gets done by that one person is not going to be able to get done. So like I said, we do struggle in general to try to keep up with the teen cohort, because the fact that we just don't have a lot of staff that are specifically assigned to address them and create programs and services for them. The librarian 3, that's it's a supervising librarian, so a slightly more serious position. It actually is a position that runs the I've Squared and all the innovative programs that we've done in the I've Squared. And so luckily we still have members on staff who have been promoted out of that position, but we will definitely have to rework what we're doing as far as who does what with I've Squared and who's going to be doing what with the teens. I mean, I'm optimistic. The adult services department we are attempting to fold in the adult services with our I've Squared department because they're very similar to what they're doing. And so there'll be some growth pains inside of the staff, but I think that this is one way also that we can kind of get by without that one crucial position, but it's tough.
But important, all the less.
Right, they're tough, yeah.
I also noticed that there is materials and supply reduction of $20,000. What are the cuts in that? As well as the rental and contractual services that are being reduced by $20,000.
Right, so that'll just be straight up materials that we will not be able to purchase. We are running and have for the last, we've been documenting about the last year. We keep track of, how often the books circulate, when they circulate and whatnot. And so we're getting a better sense of the time, so that we at least are hitting the books that everybody's wanting to check out, or getting the databases that people really want to use. But yeah, we'll have to make cuts in the collection. And we're pretty bare bones. We lose a little bit every year. I mean, I should say thank you for the 60,000 that you reinstated last year. That was extremely helpful. We also we were able to get a grant for the other 40-some thousand that we were going to lose. So last year was kind of a status quo for us. Depending on what happens this year, we'll go out looking for grants, and the foundation will try to raise money and whatnot to be able to pay for the for the loss.
Okay, thank you for those answers. I too have more to say, but I'll leave it for deliberations as well as some amendments that I'm already working on to save the library as well as the senior center and our fire engine. So we'll wait till then. And thank you again for your service and your staff for all that they've done, especially during these challenging times. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Alder Fester. Moving right along to Alder Furlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jensen, for your hard work. Let me just take 20 seconds and say this. Every year since I've been on the board, there has been a fight for sufficient funding for our libraries. Every budget season, we have tons of people that come out in support of the library. And I find it incomprehensible that in New Haven, with the average math and reading proficiencies below the state average, that there would be, by this administration, a decision or even a choice to close down a learning center, which are libraries. It is incomprehensible and unfathomable. And as my colleague said, I will have much more to say in the time to come in relationship to the importance of this branch of education and resources in our urban city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Alder Evelyn Rodriguez, any questions from Ms. Jensen?
I have one question only. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jessen, for all the great work that you've been doing in addressing all of the communities that are going into our libraries, including our opioid epidemic impacted individuals, and how the sensitivity of the librarians and staff there are trying to be supportive and helpful, despite the fact that it is a library that they're going into and not to a health facility. But my question stems around, and you may be already working on this, there are many individuals that are probably within the ages of 55 to 70 that are retiring and are looking for new careers, and also individuals that are jobless, but that are creative about plans that they may have. Have you thought of, or is the library focusing on this community that needs different kinds of supports to get them into the library so that they can benefit and build on their careers and do the change of careers or obtain a skill through the many resources that the library can lend to them? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jessen.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. That's a great question. Yes, we are. We have plans. In fact, I didn't even have it on our goals, but there's something that's brewing in the state library. It's called a digital navigator. We've had this idea for a few years. We called it a digital pathfinder. Basically, what we're trying to do is really develop a relationship with people when they come in with specific needs. So when a job hunter comes in with specific, like someone comes in job hunting, we want to be able to intake them into a system, if they want, and that will then help them along, every step of the way. And it'll be a one-on-one kind of where our staff knows exactly who they are. And we'll be able to help them on their specific needs and take them for however high or whatever, level of learning they need to go. So we're looking at that specifically with for tech users, but really we find that tech and job seekers often align together. Recently, I was in a conversation with Chris Brown from the Yale University, hiring, and he was saying that, really, the library should continue to offer those programs that help, skill people up, because people are coming in for jobs and they just don't have that skill set. Because they ask the question, if you're good at Excel, and everyone says, yeah, I'm great at Excel. And then when they have to take the test, they're not so great at Excel. So looking into continuing to do more, strategically that way with technology, and then it'll dovetail into jobs as well. Very much believe this really came up out of the reentry experience when we started talking with the reentry folks a couple of years ago. Carlos Sosa and before that Earl Bloodworth, and just saying that we want to see the library as any social service in the city of New Haven is like a handoff, a baton that's going from one group to another group. And so when someone comes from the reentry side, and they come and they're sent to the library, that we know they're coming and we're ready for them, and we treat them, we have their name, and we treat them with the human dignity, and we help them get the things that they're looking for. So we just really feel that we always believe that the more interactions we have in the library, the more we accomplish. And a lot of our incidents, when we look at our incidents of problems that we have in the library, it's because we don't know who the people are, and we treat them as strangers. And so the more we can treat each other like, community members, our neighbors, whatnot, the more we can learn everybody, the better off we're all going to be. So yes, we do have plans for those types of experiences. Alder.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty, moving right along. Alder Hurt, do you have a question for Mr. Jessen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Justin, for being with us. Job well done. I first want to thank you, the partnership that we have under here with the Wilson Library is phenomenal, and the work that they're doing in my community has been exceptional. I just maybe a comment about the Mitchell Library. That was actually the first library I visited when I moved to New Haven. And I lived in the neighborhood. And then when I had children, I used to walk my children to that library. And it was a great experience for them. So I'm, as my colleague, Alder Furlow and others, trying to wrap my head around why this library, which has great history in our city, would be closing. Like I said, like others, thank you so much, but I just want to make that little comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Hurt. Alder Decker, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had written down in my notebook that I was going to ask the question of if Director Jessen could, make the case for the library as an investment in the legislative priorities of the board, because that's a line that I've heard many advocates who have come out in public testimony say, and I wanted to invite you to expound on that, but you preempted me, so job well done. And given that, I have no questions, and I will just echo my colleagues in their comments, and I'll have more to say at a future date. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Well, thank you, colleagues. Mr. Jessen, from me as chair for this group, I just want to extend our gratitude for your hard work. And me personally, I was never entertaining any thought of closing any of our libraries. It's just not going to happen. Not in my book. Okay. But as the colleague said, there will be a lot more to be said when we go into deliberation. And thank you, sir, for your service. Okay.
So if it would be a possibility, could I get a copy of the deliberations so I could share it with my staff later? Or?
It will be public, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your support, Alders.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Moving right along to the next group, Public Safety Communications.
All right, we have with us George Pete and Jeff Patton.
Madam Chair, this is Alder Adam Marchand. I just wanted to invite those city staff who are not part of this particular department to stick around if they wish. Our staff are probably returning them to the attendees room rather than the panelists room, so they're welcome to stick around if they wish. But at this point, we should have only those people in the panelists room who are part of this presentation, and the alders, of course. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Thank you, Alder Marchand, and moving right along, go right ahead with public safety communications.
All right, thank you, Alders. We are talking about PSAP in their budget going from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 22. So PSAP, which is the city's 911 communication center, is primarily funded from the state. So within general fund, what you really have for PSAP are salaries and overtime costs, make up their entire budget. So PSAP is primarily funded through a formula from the state's 911 communication fund. We receive about $180,000 on a quarterly basis, which is up this fiscal year from about $128,000. Those funds are primarily used to fund the operations of PSAP, so materials, supplies, renovations, equipment, other items, as well as overtime. So again, PSAP is primarily funded on an operational side through the state's 911 fund. On the non-personnel side, there are no changes in the PSAP. On the non-personnel side, they really have one line item, which is budgeted in central utilities, which pays for the telephone system, along with all our other city departments. On the general fund personnel side, again, focusing in on the Forward Together budget, there would be no personnel changes. And within the crisis budget, it would be the elimination of 2 operator dispatcher positions. PSAP did add a new project going into the new 2-year capital budget cycle, which Deputy CAO Bombero mentioned prior when she was talking about the East Rock Communication Tower. We do have an $800,000 allocation in there related to communication equipment and upgrade. So that is an overview of the PSAP budget. So I'll turn it over to Deputy CAO Bombero and the PSAP team.
All righty, go right ahead, folks. Who's coming on that was not identified? Name and address, that is.
Good evening, everyone. My name is George Peak. I reside at 360 State Street here in New Haven. And I'll be presenting you the budget this evening along with Deputy Director Jeffrey Patton. The department, our first slide we can go to. The department's exceed starts with myself, the director position, the deputy director position. We have an administrative assistant who works Monday through Friday. The PSAP operates 24/7, 365. And the staffing level is, as you can see there, 8 supervisors. We have 1 supervisor position that is currently vacant. We have a 44 positions for dispatcher operators, of which 37 are filled. We're in the process right now of trying to fill the others. Of the balance of people we have 14 Spanish-speaking operators. 7 of those 14 were hired specifically off of the bilingual list that was put on by HR. We're kind of proud of the fact that it's 48.9% of the department is New Haven residents. COVID had an effect on our department, as it did with everyone. From about May to December, the department switched, when working with the union, switched to a 12-hour rotating schedule to limit the interaction between shifts and how many days the people had to be coming into work. We installed plexiglass throughout the 911 communication center. We rearranged seating to make spacing larger. Things like we could reconfigure the time clock so people wouldn't have to touch it. We enforced wearing masks, giving supplies, PPE supplies for people to clean their workstations. And we also had the fire department for quite a while coming in and disinfecting the department until we recently purchased some equipment ourselves so we can disinfect on a regular basis ourselves. We asked the operators, we supplied them with pens and paper and asked them not to share pens and papers, a way of reducing the risk of exposure to one another. Despite all efforts, as you can see at the bottom there, we did face a difficult time. We had a minor outbreak in the department. It affected one whole shift. And during that time, we're very proud of our folks. They really stepped up to the plate and filled in a lot of overtime, covering hours. As Mr. Gormley stated, the department is primarily funded by the state of Connecticut 911 fund. That 911 money comes from the tax we all pay on our cell phone and house phone bills. These subsidies come to cities that have a population of over 40,000. And currently there are 23 cities in the state that receive those funds. Next slide. Within those funds, we also receive training money once a year. This year's training money will be almost 20,000, 19,538. Our subsidy, as shown there, is the formulas that the state comes up with to achieve the figure of what our subsidy is each year. Population, the 3-year average of 911 calls, and subsidy you see there is $704,442 paid quarterly. At the bottom there, you'll see the calculation, the formula that's used by the state to come up with that figure. And I will let Deputy Director Patton begin with the capital projects.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Patton. My address is 45 Hemlock Road, Meriden, Connecticut. PSAP plans to use the capital funds that we've requested to begin our upgrading of our radio system and some furniture upgrades into the PSAP to comply with ergonomic studies that were done by risk management through the city's Human Resources Department to address some user fatigue issues and some other concerns that some of our employees, based on the length of time that they work, were faced with. The primary thing we want to replace are the microwave connections for the city's radio telecommunications system, radio communication system. We have to replace 7 pairs of communications microwaves that transmit all of the radio data across the city. Would improve radio communications for both the police department and the fire department. And the pieces we're looking to purchase for it would be something we could build on with future development of the radio system as we try to progress towards upgrading the entire system. Next slide. In alignment with the Board of Alders' legislative agenda to provide public safety to all residents and visitors to the city, PSAP answered nearly 120,000 calls through 911. We were the second busiest PSAP in the entire state. Only Troop G in Bridgeport beat us. We answered 96.22% of the calls we received in Q4 of last year in under 10 seconds as mandated by state statute. Over the average of the whole year for 2020, we answered 94.6225% of them. We dispatched 31,000 fire incidents, 8,000 AMR incidents were processed and communicated to AMR for the dispatch of their units. Police incidents we dispatched were 85,000 plus, and we've been working closely with some other parts of the city and other agencies to work on the crisis response team. Has been a big directive through the city. We've also developed our public education and awareness team and tried to expand on what role they play. Our current staff represents nearly 50% New Haven residents. We're looking to develop and implement a program with New Haven High School to encourage city youth to pursue careers in public safety communications. And we're trying to come up with a social media outreach platform to also try and reach out to some of the communities within the city itself to improve recruitment of local residents into jobs here with communications. Next slide. So this is our public education and awareness unit. It started in 2018. It took a little bit of a bump last year just due to the lack of ongoing activities. They're dispatchers, they're frontline workers, they're in PSAP. They go out to schools at various levels from K through 12. They've addressed high schools, they've addressed kindergartens, trying to teach people the appropriate use of 911 based on their level of education and age. They've also gone to some community meetings and tried to share some information there with people that want to know more about what 911 does and the proper way to reach out to it, when to call 911, when not to. Another directive we have, initiative we have, is Team 911. It's kind of the charitable outreach of the department. It was founded in 2014. They do
Oh, it looks like Jeff might have froze.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I can pick up from there. He just explained Team 901, which does a lot of work in the department for charities, and just again, it's another recognition point of our department.
Public awareness goals and initiatives.
I can catch up with you. Future public awareness and goals initiatives, to develop a program we want to develop with schools to get, like Deputy Director Patton said, to get students more involved in considering a career in communications. We look forward to the possibility of an organization that will be put together called the Citizens Emergency Response Team, and working with them and see what we might be able to develop going forward. Again, getting our 911 public education and awareness team back involved in the management of community meetings. So we're able to answer questions from concerned citizens, and continue the initiative to train people through the proper use of 911. It's amazing how a lot of people don't realize that you can text 911. That's pretty much all we had, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
All righty. We'll start with Alderman Shand.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Madam Chair. I thank Director Pete for his presentation and his Deputy Director as well. The operational changes that you made in order to comply with COVID, are you planning to keep any of them? For example, the changing of how the shifts function and operate?
Yes, so the only thing we have not been able to keep was the change of the shifts. That was a change, it was negotiated kind of in an emergency state with the union and labor relations. It became very stressful on a number of the members, and they petitioned the union to change it back to the 8 hours. So outside of that, we continue to use all of those points that I had brought up. Yes.
What, I'm going to say something that may be incorrect, but my perception reading the weekly personnel reports is that there's a fair amount of turnover in your department. And I'm wondering what your take is on that, the reasons for that, and what you would do to try to alleviate the turnover.
Well, some of our turnover is due to operators going to work at other 911 centers. The City of New Haven is not one of the worst people for salaries, or I should say worst municipalities for salaries, but we do have other places that do pay better. Also, we had some just retirements, some people that reached their retirement age, and as we've also had some retirement through health issues, and we also suffered 2 deaths this year as well.
So any thoughts about how to hold on to people? I'm obviously you can't help people who are retiring or passing away, but in
Right.
terms of
So yeah, I mean, there's always an initiative to try to get more money for people, but due to the financial constraints of the city and so forth, our hands are pretty much tied with that. New Haven's also a very busy city. You can see from our numbers. The option to make more money and have less stress is always an attractive thing for our operators. Off the top of my head, no, we don't have any glaring initiatives and ideas of how to retain folks. We also have a lot of people that take the job and they're very young, and they come into the job really not realizing its physical demands on their body and their private life. It's our hope that we can work with the union when it comes up negotiations. I should say we don't have any idea. One of the ideas we do have, I apologize, is to try to get back to possibly the 12-hour shift in a 3-on, 3-off rotating example, because that would give everyone a weekend off. What happens, everything is done by seniority. So you get your days off by seniority. So naturally, if you're the new person coming on board, you get the Tuesday, Wednesday, or the Wednesday, Thursday off. And that when people are excited to start a new career, they say yes, yes, yes. They realize that. But then when you start to live it, it's a different story, and that changes their mind as well. So we feel, we've looked over and we feel that hopefully we can get the union to possibly agree with us and go into a rotating schedule where you'd have a 3-on, 3-off rotating. You would see weekend days and holidays off many more times.
Great, thank you for that response, and welcome back, Deputy Director Patton. My last question may be to you, although it could be to both you or to Ms. Bombero. We talked earlier this evening about the radio tower at the top of East Rock. Obviously, it's no longer as successful a venture or enterprise for the city.
Correct.
Is it going to continue to be a critical piece of the communications infrastructure, or are we seeing communications evolve in a direction where a tower atop a high topographical feature is no longer relevant? What's your thought on the future there?
Well, I'll start and I'll pass some to Jeff. We're not quite at the point where our technology would allow us to leave the top. It is our absolute vital #1 hub of communication. So our presence there will be, well, I see, quite a few more years. We have seen that many of the modes and methods of communication do not require the height of mountains anymore. For example, cellular carriers, they want the tops of buildings. They don't want on top of a mountain. It's actually, we've tried to market it to Verizon and AT&T and so forth, and they're not interested because it's too high. It overshoots everything, so they need lower. Cell phones in general have taken away the radio. One of our folks used to be AAA, had an antenna up there, and AAA does not use radios in their vehicles anymore. They use cellular and text. So we lost them, and there's a great example going further down the road. That's what people are using. And like I said, we're not quite there yet. Public safety communications throughout the whole country is still not quite at a point where it's away from higher elevation antennas. And I'll leave up to Jeff if he'd like to add anything.
Thank you, George. I apologize. My internet decided I no longer wanted to participate in this meeting.
We noticed. Go ahead, sir.
The tower on East Rock is critical to the radio infrastructure we have at this time. It is the linchpin of all public safety communications for the entire city. It also ties in and provides some coverage for the state police and some of our surrounding municipalities and townships. Going forward, there are technologies that are options, but those technologies also come with a cost. I look forward to the opportunities in future years to address this astute committee asking for more money as we try to invest more into improving our radio communication system. And I like that Alder Marchand did look at possibly bringing other technologies in, because that will encourage me to go to him first when I ask for these other numbers. As it exists right now, the East Rock Tower is vital to us. And as we look to build going forward, I would like to look at some of the things we're looking to replace and see if we can't find more versatility in these products, like the microwaves we discussed briefly before I disconnected. They would also be able to carry video from traffic cams, and IT would be able to use these to transmit data across various parts of the city. They would have an increased bandwidth, and they would have the capability of transmitting information, not just for us in a radio format, but any kind of digitized information that we also need to move from one place to another. Once we get some more information and I sit down and share some more of it with Chet Sawicki, the director at IT, we may be able to look at some ways that this new investment can benefit more than just public safety communications, but possibly other parts of the city also, making it a more worthwhile investment as we go forward.
Appreciate that response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Thank you, Alder Marchand. Alder Ernie Santiago.
No, I heard what I needed to hear. Thank you.
All righty. Alder DeCola.
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Alder Morrison. Alder Morrison, are you there?
Alder Morrison will be back soon, Madam Chair.
Okay. Alder Walker Myers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question. Since we're talking about possibly doing some upgrades to equipment and things of that nature, do you think it makes sense to place PSAP back in the EOC, seeing that they have some of that technology and equipment already there?
So I think that's a fantastic idea. It's often, I've actually been in conversation with Alder Antunes. Many other municipalities around us and across the country, it's under one, like an umbrella. It's the Office of Emergency Management and Communications. You know, years ago, some people on this panel might remember that 911 was in the room right next to the EOC. It's so appropriate there. It would be a huge goal and a great accomplishment for us if we could get ourselves back to that location at 200 Orange Street. It's so much more secure. The security level, redundancy of electricity, redundancy of telephone system, secure parking. The tunnel, as everyone knows, the tunnel's had security with the federal marshals. It would be a home run, and it would also allow for us to be under the umbrella of the OC for, helping with even as complaint. It's another layer, so to speak, of administrative help and so forth. So yeah, that's something that's definitely on the table, and like I said, I've been discussing with Alder Antunes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Moving right along to Alder Festa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pete, you mentioned a program with, I believe it's with the high schools, to encourage folks to get into the public safety communication, which I think is a great idea. What kind of conversations are you having to move that forward?
It's really in its infancy stages, because one of the things one of the places we wanted to go was it was called the Public Safety Academy. It just recently, we found out it no longer exists. We're going to begin reaching out to a company called PowerPhone. PowerPhone supplies us with a product that's the script. 911 operators ask the scripted questions when you call 911. They ask you, are the person breathing? Are they bleeding? So on and so forth. And it gives pre-arrival instructions. We're required to do that by the state of Connecticut. So we're looking with them to see if we could develop a program, an education program that we could somehow institute into the high schools, or even at the first year college level to draw people's attention to the possibility of having a career in public safety communications. And when I say public safety communications, I'm not specifically talking about our public safety communications in general, which is 911 anywhere. But one of our focuses is for our public safety communications department, and trying to get people, young people who live in the city, to become interested in their 911 center and to become interested in the management of emergency operations. And again, that speaks back to although Walker's question. It's all emergency management and 911 are hand in glove, so to speak. They're coupled together. So we have not gotten very far with this yet, but it is front and center on our table to really begin swinging the bat at trying to get this accomplished. It's just we're trying to find the mode and the method of how to do so.
Okay, so since it's in the beginning stages, you haven't even looked at which high schools would host this type of program, if not all of them, or even if it is high school, possibly college.
Yes,
well,
that's
I look
correct.
forward to the plan once it has been developed. Just one other question regarding salaries. I keep hearing that it's been a trend during the whole budget season so far, where our salaries don't compete with other towns and cities. But I guess when you look at a salary, you have to also look at the benefits package. And how do we compare with other towns and cities when you look at the overall package that is actually being given to each of the employees? Health, pension, etc.
Yeah. So with health and pension, we're very competitive. I will say with that, I have looked at it. It's the fiscal side of it, and we are very competitive in some places. It's not to say that it's everywhere. There are plenty of places that we outrank some salaries, but there's some places. The quick go-to, we lost someone just recently to Greenwich. Can't compete with their salaries and so forth. We lost one person for health benefit. I will say they went to work for Yale. Yale has a bit of a better health benefit program. But it's the places that we have found people have applied to go to, their salaries were a little better than ours. I don't have an exact number in the state of how many are better and how many are less, but I'm sure that's something we could do a little footwork and find out for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just, you did mention possibly moving to more of a cellular connection type of service versus the tower, but it sounds like it's more costly. Did I hear that correctly?
I'll let Jeff speak at that.
No, the technology for the radio communications would move towards a self-contained digital radio format where your items that were on there would communicate more in a manner similar to cell phones, but it would not be using an existing cellular network. It would be our own hardware. It would be our own network, and all of the public safety apparatus and equipment would be attached to it. Depending on the investment of capital, you'd have capabilities very similar to what people enjoy on cell phones, like text messaging and various other things. But it's primarily still based of radio communication. It would just be a digital system where we would have simulcasters that would send it out over the area that we covered all at once, versus what we have now, which is a repeater system. It comes off one transmitter, and all of the repeaters have built-in delays so that it hits them simultaneously.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. It seems, I think we're still down the road with that, but I appreciate the better understanding of how it works. No further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Fester. Alder Furlow, any questions for these gentlemen, Mr. Patton or Justin?
I appreciate the work.
Mr.
Thank you,
Pete,
Madam
rather,
Chair.
I'm sorry.
Appreciate the work that everyone is doing. I did have a question in regards to the languages. I'm grateful for the Spanish interpreters. Is there anyone there that speaks Russian?
So we don't have anyone that speaks Russian. Our only in-house language is Spanish. But the state of Connecticut, through the 911 system, provide for language interpretation service. And that's, the operator just has to connect the caller to the service. The operator picks up, they explain what language we need, they put an interpreter on the line, and they're able to help with the 911 call. It sounds like a lot, but it is relatively quick because the state and the provider realizes that these are 911 calls, so it does happen pretty quickly. It's provided to us at no cost because the state of Connecticut pays for it through the 911 fund, through their budget, and provides that service to the city.
I didn't know that. I thought it was just important to have that on the record. And thank you very much, Mr. Pete, again, or Director Pete, for all that you're doing. And thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Moving right along to Alder Evelyn Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Pete, and thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I do not have questions. Thank you.
Okay, Alder Runhart
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
and Alder Charles Decker.
I have no questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Thank you, Director Pete and Assistant Director Patton, for your presentation, gentlemen.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
All righty. Moving right along to the next city department, which will be police services.
All right. I think we have Assistant Chief Dominguez and Management and Analyst Alyssa Epson. So, Mr. Gormany, we're all set.
I see Police 201 on my screen.
All right. Thank you, Rebecca. I'll just start with an overview of their departmental budget going from fiscal year 2021 to fiscal year 2022. The budget includes a 2.75% contractual increase, which is per the bargaining unit contract for the police union, as well as both budgets do provide for 2 additional sergeant positions. Based on the cuts that were made this year regarding the $2 million cuts in the budget, part of those cuts were reductions to positions for records clerk 1 and 2. So the count goes from 23 to 21. Within the crisis budget, again, as the backup budget does reduce 9 police officer positions to $1. So again, that is only in the crisis budget. Again, we're focusing in on the Forward Together budget, which those 9 police officers would be left fully funded. The Forward Together budget does add a police mechanic position, which the police department will go into a little further into their presentation. With our increasing number of fleet that we have in the police department. Based on conversations that we've had, during finance monthly meetings and everything else, I think we realized based at the number of staffing that we have, and as we continue to try to staff those positions, we are currently underfunding overtime. So what this budget does is it brings it up based on an increase in overtime from $7 million to $9 million in the budget. Again, that's an analysis that we worked on with the police department, Chief Reyes, Assistant Chief Dominguez, and the other assistant chiefs, as long as with the supervisor of management services. We looked at the trend that we were heading in based on the average number of positions over the last 4 around the last 3 to 4 years, which you'll see in a slide further in the presentation on the gross overtime that has been spent. So when you take a look at the average for those years and increasing based on the union contract increases, that's basically how we got from $7 to $9 million. Now, again, when we were preparing the budget for fiscal year 22, we did know about the American Rescue Plan, which was in the works. One of the items that we are looking at are public safety and public health expenditures, which were in the bullet points on the federal reimbursement, along with lost revenue for the city. Now, what I will mention is we still don't have Treasury guidance, a lot of guidance on that funding, but one of the uses of the funding is for public safety and public health. So we added in a $2 million overtime reimbursement, which is being generated by different COVID operations and other public health measures due to the pandemic. On the non-personnel side, we will see just only in the crisis budget a small reduction in temporary and part-time help of $20,000. There were some changes in the license permits and fees section, which the police department will go over a little bit later on in the slides, related to the pistol fee, the video fee, and the bazaar fee, and just increasing those slightly in the license permit and fee section. Now, while we're increasing those license permits and fees, we did keep the revenue flat for the fiscal year 22 because it's also going to depend on implementation and how fast those fees come in. So to be conservative for the first year, we didn't want to over budget those fees, so we kept the revenue budget flat going into fiscal year 22. On the capital side, you'll see a new project related to the police accountability bill. This begins the funding based on some of the terms and conditions in the police accountability bill. For example, car dash cameras is one of those, is one of the requirements. So what the capital budget will do is we budgeted $3 million in city bonding and $1.5 million in state or other grants that we'll see. So we're looking at potential grant funding. So for example, there may be some grants available from the Office of Policy and Management that the city will look at related to the police accountability bill, as well as other funding. But the city does have a $3 million allocation in city bonding to begin that process. So with that overview, I will turn it over to Assistant Chief Dominguez and Alyssa Epson.
Good evening, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, Alders and Mr. Gormany and Deputy CAO Bombero. Thank you for letting me present to you tonight our budget. Go ahead, our proposed budget.
May we just have your address?
Sorry. 1 Union Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut. Thank you. So Mr. Gormany just went through the budget overview, so we can go to the next slide. This is just a snapshot of our, for both budgets, the forward together budget along with the crisis budget. And you'll see here that 93% of both budgets is allocated to personnel and to overtime. Next. This is in the yellow on the bottom. You'll see the fully funded sworn positions that we have. Starting in 2019, we've seen fiscal year 2019, we've seen a decrease in funded sworn positions from 466 down to this year at 389. In the proposed forward together budget, the addition of the 2 sergeants will bring us up to 391. Crisis budget will reduce us by 9 officers down to the 382. Since in the past 2 years, we've reduced the sergeant rank from 57 to 45. And coupled with that, we reduced the lieutenants from 20 to 17 in fiscal year 20 one. What we saw with this reduction, which was a drastic reduction from past years, we went back to 1993, where we also had 57, is that we needed more supervision. So that's why we asked for this year to have an increase by 2. The benefits of increasing in specifically the sergeant rank, it increases supervision and it allows more span and control. We have a very young department. 24% are less than 5 years, and what we consider veterans now, over 15 years, is only 15%. So we'll have more span of control with more supervision, and especially in patrol. And also the increased numbers allows us to the supervisors to be assigned to specialized units, including the shooting task force, which we're restarting. And also there'll be a reduction in, can you just go back? Reduction in overtime. Since 2017, when we took over detention, specifically in the patrol supervisor, staff shortage overtime averaged about $1 million. This fiscal year, it's projected to be 1.4 million. So we're hoping the addition of the 2 supervisors will help to reduce that number. Next. Our civilian budgeted positions, you'll see in red under police mechanic, and forward together, we're looking to add the 1 police mechanic. And in both budgets, we'll be reducing records clerk 1 by 2 positions. This will not impact our current operations as we're operating this way already. So there will be no significant impact to the records division with losing these 2 positions currently. The benefits of having a police mechanic: increased efficiency, reduction of overtime. More work can be done in-house at a savings. Routine maintenance can be done, and the vehicles can be put back on the street quicker than having to send them out to a dealership or a mechanic, an outside mechanic. 3 of our 6 garage employees have over 20 years experience, and they're eligible for retirement. So having new people come in to be able to teach them just kind of institutional knowledge is helpful. And a 5-year average of garage overtime is about $75,800. And the most important thing is increased safety. We run 2 shifts. So with 6 mechanics, we'll be able to divide evenly, and it'll lessen the overtime and also people having to work alone, which is never something that we want to see. So we usually would, have become in the practice of hiring for 1 other person, so you don't have to be working alone on very heavy vehicles. Next. This is our proposed overtime budget. So you'll see for the proposed, for fiscal year 22, sorry, just getting to my slides over here. There's a $2 million increase in our general overtime to 7.5 million, bringing our subtotal for overtime to 9 million. But as Mr. Gorman discussed in the beginning, 2 million of that we're anticipating funds from federal reimbursement to assist with the overtime. On the bottom half of this slide, historically, we have exceeded our overtime budget. But however, we think that the $9 million proposed budget for 2022 is more realistic. It's important to us to attempt to live within this budget. We understand money is not in abundance, and we need to all do our part to be able to maintain our budgets that are given to us. So ways that we propose doing this is weekly internal meetings that we already have with finance and division supervisors, giving a weekly targeted budget. So if something happens, unfortunately a violent crime happens and we have to increase overtime in one area, we'll be able to adjust in other areas to be able to make up the difference and kind of stay balanced. And it gives more ownerships for the division. So that division is controlling to a point what they're spending and knowing what they're spending. Monthly meetings with management and budget in the CAO's office also helps to stay within these guidelines. Increasing hiring entry level. We're hoping for 2 classes this year and 2 New Haven classes. And in addition, if we have more individuals who are able to sending them to the satellite academies like Milford, Meriden, several other ones in the state. And the big change for us this year was we had the ability to have lateral hires. We took our first lateral hire approximately last month. And we have 5 that are currently on our list going to the Board of Police Commissioners tomorrow to begin the background process. So however, we will still have a significant staffing shortage because these additions are laying the groundwork for really fiscal year 2023. They have to go through the police academy, they have to go through the FTO program, but we're laying the groundwork to be able to be in a better place moving forward. And also our promotions will allow for proper structure of the PD. We just did a captain's test, lieutenant's test is at the end of the month. We just promoted 9 sergeants in March. We're going to be able to restructure the police department so that a captain is doing a captain's job and a lieutenant is doing their job, instead of filling holes with ranks that shouldn't be maybe in doing this job. And we're pulling from our resource, we're pulling from our sergeant rank, even though they're more than capable to do the job. We need them in a certain area. So this will allow us to put them back where they're needed and to reduce the overtime in those specific job functions. And one last thing I just want to point out on this side, you'll see that we have slowly started to trend downward beginning in fiscal year 17 with the average sworn positions from 435, and fiscal year 21, we're at 337. And we can foreseeably see putting us down to about 315 with retirements this year, depending by the end of the calendar year. So that is also driving our overtime up. Our overtime is going up as our staff shortages continue to decrease. So our main focus is to build that back up. You can go to the next slide. So the impact that COVID had on us from a budgetary standpoint, we spent just under $500,000 on COVID overtime. In addition, another $120,000 just specifically related to vaccine efforts that the police department were involved in. And then finally, we did receive a grant from OPM for $125,000, excuse me, for a coronavirus relief fund, which assisted us. On the right, weekly, we track how many officers we have out on quarantine. And in the beginning of the pandemic through February, when guidelines were a little bit stricter and before we had the vaccine rolling out, we were averaging per week 19 officers either on quarantine due to exposure or due to positive test. Of that translated into 64 shifts that went unfilled. We have since been able to reduce that through vaccinations, through a change of the guidelines, proper PPE wear, and any, we'll talk about, COVID changes that we made, to 8 officers average a week out on quarantine, for translating into 32 unfilled shifts per week. Next slide. So positive changes as a result of COVID-19, because it's always good to look at the glass half full. We developed one of the first pandemic policies. We did not have a general order on how to handle a pandemic, and we were one of the first in the state. So it was a ever-changing policy, and we were able to provide a blueprint for other departments who came to New Haven to say, within the state, who said, hey, can we see your policy? We don't know what we're doing either. We don't have anything. And we were really able to be on the front of this policy and implementation of it. We introduced online report request system to allow records to continue to fill the requests that they get on accidents, incidents, records checks, and improve efficiency without having individuals have to come to the police department. We have virtual training opportunities, and it's a cost savings there. And it's also in a time where our officers need consistent training for their recertification. And we weren't able to do in person. It allowed us to still train our officers to the best of our ability. We increase cleaning and disinfecting to stay safe and reduce sick time usage, and also overtime as a result of the sick time. And using Zoom and virtual meetings, it allows for meetings to be more efficient. And also in public meetings, we're reaching groups of people who wouldn't be able to normally come to the police department to be able to join us and to have input. And it's really been helpful. Looking beyond, we're going to continue to explore ways to interact and transact business without having people have to come to the police department. Continue to seek out virtual training opportunities, because it allows our officers to take a training in Florida while being in Connecticut. And there's many opportunities like that. And then we're going to continue to practice our adequate cleaning procedures to continue to minimize germs beyond COVID-19. Next slide. So the police accountability bill will also impact our budget, which what we highlighted in the beginning. Officers are required to recertify every 3 years. A new requirement is for the recertification for a drug test that now includes anabolic steroids prior to the recertification. So that's an increased cost. To align our pre-employment drug test, we wanted it to align with what they're going to be tested at 3 years. So we added anabolic steroids to pre-employment drug test as well. Officers will have a behavioral health assessment at least once every 5 years. The department will enroll and apply for a CALIA accreditation, which is a very prestigious thing. Not many police departments in the state have it. We are all required to have it, but it's a place that we always should want to have gone to anyway. So it's a good change, but it does affect our budget. We will implement the use of dashboard cameras. And we also anticipate a number of trainings in fiscal year 22 to help align our officers with the changes from this bill. Next. This is our revenue line that Mr. Gormley talked about. One of the fees in the beginning was just an error. The video fee does change from $10 to $25. There was just an error. It said $50, but that's just it's $10 to $25 increase. Next. This is a capital overview. If you look at the final, the yellow column, you'll see our radios. 400,000 goes to maintaining our current radio system. 700,000 goes to equipment, and that does include our ballistic body armor, which expires every 5 years. So that's a yearly need as officers are at different stages in their vest. And then finally at the bottom, $4.5 million to the body cameras, dash cameras, and other equipment that goes in that same bucket. Our 5-year contract with Axon, who we get our body cameras from, is up, and our tasers is up in the end of fiscal year 2022. So we'll enter into a new contract to cover body worn cameras, dash cameras, and tasers. Both the body cameras and the dash cameras are required by the Police Accountability Bill. And we're planning to apply for state grants, as discussed earlier, for reimbursement for the dash cams. And our grant writer, Sandy, is looking for additional funding sources to help offset this cost. So how the police department aligns with the Board of Alders legislative agenda, definitely in 2 areas: jobs for New Haven residents. The proposed budget adds the 2 sergeant positions. So it allows for New Haven officers who take from residents who are officers who take the sergeant's test to advance their career in the sergeant rank. The Forward Together budget also adds a police mechanic position. And we expect to have vacant positions enough to hire 2 academy classes. And our recruitment efforts are always focused on recruiting more New Haven residents. Safer City for Everyone. This budget will allow us to continue the philosophy of community policing. The police department will align our efforts with the mobile crisis team to enhance services to the community, working with transportation, traffic and parking, parks and public works, and other city departments to increase public safety, and specifically around pedestrian and bicycle safety. Continue to recruit and retain officers to achieve staffing levels that we can even enhance and increase our community policing practices, be able to address quality of life issues, and participate in task forces as we currently do. And we'll continue to explore training opportunities to keep up with best practices in policing and introducing new strategies that may increase the safety of New Haven. Next. Questions?
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Chief Dominguez. Questions, starting with Alderman Marchand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Chief Dominguez, for your service to our city and for this presentation. I want to acknowledge you and your team who are here.
Thank you.
I guess the big question I have is a topic that we've discussed many times with your predecessors, which is the retention and the recruitment and retention of officers, given the constant flow of people leaving, whether it's for retirement or they're being poached by other departments. And so how do you feel, and how does your team feel about your department's ability to recruit people and hold on to them? Is that improved over past years, or is it still a touch and go situation?
So it is definitely improved over past years. we were without a union contract for many years, and that was part of the issue, the uncertainty of not having a union contract and what was going to happen. So the signing of the contract stopped that poaching. Officers who are leaving either because they have the retirement, or really they're not leaving for that other department that's pulling them there because their pay is more. Obviously pay is better in other places, but this new contract and the increases that they got and the benefits that they got with this contract really made becoming a New Haven police officer a place you want to be. It was secure. We have good benefits. We also have comparable pay. We're never going to be a Greenwich. We're never going to be a Wilton, but you get opportunities in New Haven that you do not get in other places. You can do things as a New Haven police officer that you do not get in other places just because we're bigger and we have more opportunity. And that is really a pull to be able to keep officers. Every place around the country is having trouble recruiting. And you'll see that with our recruitment numbers lower than we would want to see, when I was hired, there was 1,000 people say that applied for a test, and now we're not seeing those numbers anymore. 1,000 might be too lofty of a idea, but they're reducing everywhere. So and the pandemic made it harder to recruit as well, but we're recruiting all year round, putting our name out there, putting our brand out there, highlighting the good work of our officers to help as things loosen up and we're able to get physically into places to recruit, that our next recruitment will even we'll get more applicants.
If I could add something to that, Chief, we also, if you look at the list of people who are coming back, we have 6 to 7 officers that are attempting to come back. And that one officer that the Chief mentioned before.
Can I interrupt you, sir?
Sure.
You need, before you even start talking, can you just identify yourself with your name and address, sir, please?
Sure. Assistant Chief Carl Jacobson, 31 Brook Lane, North Branford, Connecticut.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Alderman Marchand.
I don't know if Assistant Chief Jacobson was finished.
Yeah, I apologize.
It's okay.
So, the new officer that was a transfer that the chief mentioned is a prior officer. She left us from Meriden. She found that she liked it here and she came back. This new list of 5, I believe there's 4 of the 5 are prior officers of New Haven. So we're actually seeing our officers return. And I would echo what the chief said about the contract and the consistency of the contract and the opportunities in New Haven. I think we're going to get some of those officers back, and the ones that are coming back are good officers. So we're excited about that.
Thank you for those responses. Could you say more about your strategies for recruiting New Haven residents? What's working, what's not? What are you trying to figure out?
We're trying to get in. So one of our new strategies is we're doing the walks with the city, the safe sweeps, where we're going out with city personnel and we're checking with LCI and with building. In every single packet that we hand out, and we hand out 200 packets, we have our recruitment flyer, which gives all the information about being a police officer. So it's just something that while it's reaching people that we normally maybe wouldn't have reached, we're actually knocking on a door and giving a packet, and in that packet has a whole bunch of information from the New Haven Police Department. So that's one way, and we're doing them all throughout the city throughout this entire calendar year. So we will be reaching way more people. At least somebody will read it or somebody will pass it on. And a lot of times having something in your hand is better than a social media. But we are also doing that. We're trying to constantly put stuff out on our social media, constantly push the New Haven Police Department. And then once recruitment can really open after this current list is exhausted, because we can't actually post and have an application process, getting into any place that we possibly can. Gyms that are in New Haven, colleges, we have Alders here, we have Southern here, we have Gateway here, going into their fairs, going into their lobbies, and just setting up a table and just giving out information, be able to answer questions from New Haven officers one-on-one and give them as much information as possible.
Thank you, Chief Dominguez. Another question that has come up a lot is, what is the correct number, or what's the optimal number for number of officers. And you showed us that page where it was at 435. That was the budgeted positions. We didn't have 435 officers, but we had 435 budgeted positions, as I recall. And then the number goes down to 337 for this year. And then you're anticipating it could go as low as 315 actual filled position by the end of the calendar year, given some anticipated attrition. Where do you want that number to be? Maybe not tomorrow, but over the course of time. What's your sense, having been in the department for some years and district manager and head of patrol? Where should that number be?
So I think that's a great question. And I think that has to be talked about with what do we as a community, as leadership want, what type of services do we want the police department to be able to provide to the residents of New Haven? I could tell you that 337, 315 is far too low. We can't do the proactive, the quality of life things, the walking beats. We can't provide those types of services. So I think, and this is just from what we've seen, a number closer to 400 is better. But I do, and I know we've talked about studies in the past, and we do need to rethink what services we want, how we make this happen. Is our structure proper? And then not just put out an arbitrary number, but put out a number that works for us as a city, us as a police department, and do it thoughtful and making sure that the number that we're going to hit is going to be a number that thinks about the budget, thinks about the overtime, but also thinks about the community and the services.
Thank you for that answer. My last question is about the overtime. I was looking at the page again. It looks like net, our number has been around 7.8 or 8 million for the last few years. Next year, it looks to be much bigger. I assume that's related to COVID and the extraordinary demands of the pandemic. But, and I don't know if this is for Chief Dominguez or for Michael Gormany, our Director of Management and Budget. Are you feeling that a baseline number really ought to be $7.5 to $8 million net? Or do you think if we ever got our numbers up to 400 officers or 389 officers or something, that it would actually could be lower?
Mr. Gorman, do you want to?
So I think, sure. I think, again, as Chief Dominguez mentioned, I think it does depend on where our number of officers are at, because shortage in personnel is one of the main drivers in the city's overtime. Alder Marchand was correct that the number for this year, the projected gross overtime number is higher because of COVID and additional measures the police department had to take to keep patrols going in New Haven. So again, that baseline number of 9 million is based on where we've been at over the last few years and the number of officers that we've had in New Haven. So again, couple that with the contractual increases, because one of the slides did show how the base officer overtime rate increases as the contractual raises increase. So that's an important factor to keep in mind as well. One of the things, again, post-pandemic that will also affect that number is how we maintain events going forward, right? Because a large part of the reimbursements that you do see in those previous years are from events and other measures. So again, the reimbursements that we gotten have offset overtime, but again, what's it going to look like post-pandemic? So that's why we sort of increased that number from 7 to 9 in taking into account all those factors.
That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, folks, for your presentations tonight.
Thank you, Alder.
Righty. Thank you, Alder Marchand. Moving right along to Alder Ernie Santiago. Any questions?
Yes, I got one that as I was thinking of it, I remember my colleague from the Ward 6, Alder Reyes, used to ask this all the time. Given that, my question is, how's the morale on the police department since we've been changing chiefs like every couple of years? I mean, is that a factor that we can keep officers here too?
No, I don't think that, thank you, sir. I don't think that that's a factor moving forward. And I do believe that the morale at the New Haven Police Department has been on a steady increase. And I think it's helpful that I was Chief Reyes's assistant chief. And so our thoughts and our thinking and our projects and everything that we've instituted as a team, and it really being a team and with Chief Jacobson, and now that it's Chief Jacobson and I, we're still continuing the same team mentality. And we're trying to do things for the officers to increase their morale. And I do believe a lot of those morale issues were pre-contract, we're pre-signing the contract, which is when we were seeing officers just leave in droves. And that really has stopped. The individuals that you see leave have retirement years. And that's to be expected. And, 20 years ago, people did 40 years in a police department. But now that number, across the board has reduced to just doing, the 20 or 25 years, depending on what the pension rules are, and then retiring, and either retiring outright, depending on age, or moving on to another career.
I guess I still think that that's part of the problem, because I know you did say that you have the same mentality as Chief Reyes, but before him was a couple of years another chief, before another chief, another chief, and we've been changing like every couple of years. I think that's not good for the morale, because if I was a police officer, I would know who's going to be my boss, and that will be a factor for me to stay or not to stay. That's just my opinion. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Ernie Santiago. Moving right along to Alder DeCola. Any questions?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Moving right along, Alder Morrison.
The questions have already been asked, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All righty. Alder Walker Myers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Acting Chief Dominguez, I really appreciate you coming saying that the amount of money that the police make and their benefits is actually a benefit that some other places don't have, because oftentimes we hear all the time that police are leaving and it's always about the money. So I appreciate your take on that. Some of my questions were already asked by Alder Mershon, but I think it's important for us all to know that we really have to do that deployment study, because I think that will determine the number of police that we feel like we should have. And that should really take care of the overtime, because we hear over and over that once we do this or once we do that, overtime will decrease, but we never see it decrease. So I think that's important. And I also think it's important to have a strategic plan for the department. But my question is about the certification that you said that we're going to be using. I can't pronounce the name or remember the name. It's like
Kalia.
All right, I didn't want to mess it up. Thank you. How much does that actually cost the department?
So there's a one-time fee to begin the self-study, which Alyssa will be able to get it to me, but I'm pretty sure that I'm right when I'm saying $16,000.
Yes, just over 16,000.
Okay.
Yep.
And then we'll have an annual fee to maintain our certification, which I also believe is $2,000, Alyssa.
Yeah, I'm just going to state my name and address real quick.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa Epson, 476 Barberry Road, East Haven, Connecticut. So yes, as the chief said, as soon as we're ready to begin to enroll in CALIA, it'll be $16,125 currently, assuming there's no price increase. And then once you go into the self-assessment phase for what I understand. And then as soon as you're ready to get out of that phase, there's a $5,580 fee. And then right next year, you pick up continually for what's $5,000 right now.
Thank you. And then my last was going to turn into a question, but it's right now starting out as a statement. I think once we start really being out in the community and doing community policing, I think that's how we will be able to get more people from New Haven to apply. Because I actually think we have to reach people before they get into college and high school and those kinds of things. Because when I was coming up, kids wanted to be a police officer in the 3rd grade. Kids wanted to be a teacher in the 4th grade. We got to figure out how we get into or integrate it into the school system early, to start talking about what a career as a police officer in New Haven actually mean. Because I think that's going to be most impactful to get more people from New Haven actually interested in being a police officer. So I guess to add a question to that, because that's what I'm supposed to be doing, have we thought about doing something to that effect?
Yes, thank you for that question. So several things. First, we have our Police Explorer program, which we're looking to enhance, and we haven't really been able to do much with it due to COVID. But we have a presentation from our Police Explorer team, like the group of officers, on police cadets, and police cadets bridges that time from, and I know this is talking on the upper end of your question, from high school to college. So that 18 to 21, to be able to give them tools and knowledge. And so that what we hope it's that they are then able to take a test, make the next step, and want to become a New Haven police officer. So from the Explorer program at the middle school, starting in middle school, right into a cadet program, right into the police academy, and have the understanding. And in New Haven, you want to become a New Haven officer because now you've bought in and you know these officers, and they're your colleagues and they're your friends, and you want to be here. You don't want to go anywhere else. And then the other thing is our PAL program. We're very excited that even with COVID, we're going to be able to have PAL again this summer. It's going to be a little bit less, but getting all those programs back and getting our officers back with the youth really is what is able to then put them into each one of these steps and eventually becoming New Haven police officers. So absolutely. And if any other ideas, we are always open and willing to take any suggestions of what we can do better and how we can improve.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Alder Walker-Myers. Moving right along to Alder Festa. You're next, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Acting Chief Dominguez and Assistant Chief Jacobson, and of course, the NHPD as a whole. I do have a couple of questions. One, first of all, I'm happy to hear that PAL is coming back on board this summer. That was actually something I was going to inquire about because it does help with some of the initiatives that President Walker-Myers was talking about and getting the youth more involved and also off the streets. My question is actually regarding the $2 million that is listed in the budget for the federal funding relief bill. Could it be more than that? Or is that a definite number?
So I can answer that, Chief Dominguez. So one of the reasons that we put $2 million in there is because, the American Rescue Plan, the city's getting $94 million that can be spent over a 4 year until December 31st of 2024. The reason we didn't want to put a larger amount in there is because at some point over the next few fiscal years, you got to wind yourself off of that reimbursement, right? Because the American Rescue Plan won't be available. So we didn't want to put too large of a number because remember, it's $2 million for police, and then in the presentation for fire, which is next, you'll have $2 million for fire. So over the next 3 years, that's $4 million that will come out of the budget. So you don't want to add legacy costs to these grants. And again, as I mentioned, while, all our indications are when the bullet points came out that this can be related to expenses related to COVID and other matters in public safety and public health, we don't want to use the full amount of 94 million or too much of it, because there are going to be a lot of other programs and a lot of other costs that come out of this 94 million over the next three and a half years. But again, I think one of my main concerns, Alder Festa, was budgeting too large of a number, and then next year or sudden you don't want to see the city have to find, let's say, $10 million from somewhere because we budgeted too much of a reimbursement.
Well, I appreciate that, but I guess, you know, as long as we have a realistic overtime number in the budget that can be carried over to the following year without huge transfers being requested mid-year, that is the goal. So I just wanted to, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Elder Professor, I didn't mean to, it's a little lag on my end, but you brought up a good point that I did forget. I think that's one of the reasons we separated them out in the budget instead of just budgeting like $7 million, because we want to show you that that's the gross amount that when we are working with the police department that we feel is necessary going into the next fiscal year based on our current levels of officers and the ranks. So again, that's a great point that you made. But that is one of the reasons we did budget them separately, so we can show what we feel is the gross number in overtime. So we won't be back, like you said, in the next year or so, you know, saying we need $1.5 million or $2 million in overtime.
We got you on record there, Mr. Gormany.
Anything can happen in any year. You never know. So.
True, like an epidemic or a pandemic, I should say. Let's hope this one's over by then. Regarding the implementation of the mobile crisis team, how will that impact you? And if less funding is given to the crisis team, will the burden fall on the police department?
So we're just in the beginning phases with planning for that, you know, just finishing the RFP and, but initially it'll be a co-response because there are a lot of things that we don't know how it's going to work. We have to work closely with PSAP, we have to work closely with the FD, and we need to, you know, some of the places that have been doing this have been doing it for 30 years. And so all those bugs have been worked out. And many of the things that we do, it took time, like our collaboration with Yale Child Study or any of our other, or Project Longevity. So it's something that when it first starts out, we have to be able to adjust. So for us, we will still respond as we are responding now and slowly being able to integrate and to see in real time, this is something that we could give up totally, you know, to mobile crisis and their an operational standpoint. So just to answer your question, I guess, is it won't affect us with our budget to be able to do that because everything is going to continue for us. We just want to make sure that this program is supported and is successful in any way possible. And then we can adjust and change as needed.
I guess stay tuned for an update on that. So we'll look forward to hearing more about that partnership. What is the status of you mentioned the deployment study. What is the status of that?
So I know we've always talked about deployment studies. We've never secured funding and, or we've never broken ground on having a deployment study done, if you will. So I think what needs to happen prior to deployment study is what do we want? What do we want as a police department? What do we want as a community? Because to have somebody come in and just say, okay, this is how many officers and this is 911 response. Well, that's not what we want. That's not what the police department wants. That's not what the community wants. We don't want a 911 driven responding police department. So I think once we know collectively, okay, we want walking beats. We don't want walking beats. We want horses. Director Bombero will say we're never having horses again. They cost too much, but I'm just throwing that out there. You know, it really depends on what it looks like for us. Then to be able to do a deployment study where we're really able to outline, these are our wants. This is our grand idea if we were to have everything. And then from there, we take back as opposed to starting. I don't think it makes sense to start, okay, this is our lowest and then let's try to build up. So I do think it's something like you all have said, we do need to really, that needs to be a project that we look at moving forward.
It sounds like it's going to have to be even somewhat of a community process.
Absolutely. Definitely community, definitely with the leadership, because we need the input from everybody as to what it's everybody's police department, so that we can be the most effective police department that we can be for the community.
Okay. I look forward to that as well.
Thank you.
And hopefully we get somewhat of a move on it to just to guide us along at least, because that's going to be a long process.
Absolutely.
And then just, I think this is
You're
number
4, Alder Festa.
I think I'm on number 4, right? I'm
That
glad to
was
see
number
that
4.
I'm sorry?
That was your number 4.
Oh, okay. I'll yield, but I do have a couple more questions if at all possible, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All righty, we'll see how this goes. All right, moving right along to Alder Furlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions. First of all, thank you, Acting Chief Dominguez, my favorite
district manager of all time.
District manager. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on my iPad, and sometimes my camera just goes off from position. So I apologize for not being on. I just saw I wasn't there. So you had mentioned certification earlier. The name of the certification was
CALIA.
Yes, CALIA. How long does that take to complete?
So it depends on how long we stay in self-assessment. So the self-assessment is pretty much them, CALIA coming and saying, hey, these are the steps, these are the things that you need to make sure you have before we're going to come in and then we're going to check it. So we could be as close to meeting standards and guidelines that CALIA have in order to give us the accreditation. So it could be, we're definitely, this is not a quick process. This is definitely a 2-year process, a 3-year process to be able to have full accreditation. I'll yield to Alyssa. Do you have anything further that you want to add to that?
I could just add that the CALIA, what they say is a max of 3 years. So I would expect it before that. And like you said, not before 1 year. You would think somewhere around the 2-year range. And by the police accountability bill, I think they give a clock on it for, 5 years from the time the bill was passed.
But it's something that we're already been in the works for. We're thinking about with promotions who this is a position as well. It requires a lot of work, and maintenance requires a lot of work. So how do we structure the police department to have someone to be able to do this? What rank do we have to do this? So these are all things that we don't want to be at year 5 and being like, oops, we didn't start it yet. So we're looking to start this fiscal year 2022. We will begin self-assessment so that our 3-year clock will, start running.
Okay, just as a point of clarification, Madam Chair, I didn't see who that was speaking. Do we have their name and address for the record? I'm just checking to see. I didn't see who that was.
That's Miss Alyssa Ebson from the New Haven Police Department. And
okay.
Her name and address for the record. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't recognize the person speaking. And just one other question, Acting Chief Dominguez. You mentioned the certified. What does the city get out of having a certified police department?
Well, now it's required by the police accountability bill. So it gives standards. It standardizes what police departments need across the state. But to have accreditation means that all of your policies are up to a high standard set by CALIA. And it also means that beyond policies, that your record retention is good, that your property room is in compliance. It's like a college accreditation. You want to go to putting 2 colleges next to each other, one accredited, one isn't. So it follows that type of standardization, and now it is required, but it was something that we were looking for, getting an accreditation prior to the police accountability bill. We just never were able to move forward with it, and now this gives us this is a good opportunity for us to have to do it, and because it is a lot of work, and I think sometimes it's daunting, and that's why police departments don't do it, because you might have to do changes to the police department. You have to add cameras to your property room for security, things like that. Detention, you might have to do upgrades to detention. So it could cost money. So that's why that self-assessment will kind of set us up where how we're going to budget moving forward as well for any improvements that we may need to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for your leadership. And that's all I have this evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Alder Furlow. Alder Evelyn, question? Alder, I can't hear you. Are we having a little communication issue or is it me?
I can't hear her either, ma'am.
I can't hear her. Alder
Madam
Evelyn?
Chair,
Yes. Alder
uh,
Marchand?
I believe the problem is on Alder Rodriguez's end, since the rest of us can be heard. Perhaps come back to her if she takes a moment to fix her technology. Maybe
Right.
this,
She's still talking though, I think.
yeah. Well, perhaps we'll come back to her after we call on the other two alders.
All right, Alder Hurt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Acting Chief Dominguez, good to see you. Thank you for your in-depth presentation. Chief Jacobson, also good to see you. I want to have just maybe a little point of clarification. I noticed that in your presentation, you said a 5-year mental health for your officers. Every 5 years, they go through a mental health check evaluation. Why wouldn't that be sooner? Why is it a 5-year gap?
So that's by the police accountability bill that they have to do that every 5 years. However, last 2021? So 2019, we began wellness checks where we went through the entire police department with our EAP provider, and we had 30-minute wellness checks for every person in the police department. Our goal was to do them every 2 years, but we will be able to maintain the every year. So regardless of what the police accountability bill requires, we will additionally have these wellness checks, and they don't have to say anything. It's just to go in and check. And we have found it to be profoundly beneficial. Our officers found it to be, when the resistant ones went in and they came out and were like, I'm glad we did this. We don't know anything about it, but that was just feedback from the own officers going into them. So we realize the importance of mental health. This is just a requirement probably for the departments that don't have this and don't do wellness checks, that every 5 years an officer would need to go. So our officers will have that, and then our additional ones that we also do.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty, thank you, Alder Hurt. Alder Decker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to double back to Alder Evelyn Rodriguez to see if her situation has remedied itself. Alder Rodriguez, can you hear us?
I do not see her, Madam Chair.
No, me either. All right. Chief Dominguez and Acting Chief Jacobson and the whole crew, I am grateful for your service, and thank you all very much for what you do. You know, it's just about 9 o'clock and we still have, what do we have? Fire Services, Department of Parks and Public Works, and the Engineering Department. Maybe a 5-minute break, but I see the fire department has put their presentation right up. Like, you ready, Mr.
Madam Chair, I think a 5-minute recess would be most welcome.
I know. Can we just take a little 5 break?
9 o'clock, we can reconvene, Madam Chair.
Yes, please. Just a 5 break for everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you. We'll be back in 5.
Madam Chair, I don't know if you're back, but it is 9:01. So hopefully colleagues can return very soon and we can recommence.
Yes, Alder Marchand. I'm back. Sorry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, we are back on the record. Mr. Lucas, are we recording?
Yes, Madam Chair, we're recording. Ready for Mr. Gormany.
Go ahead, Mr. Gormany with the fire department.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. All right, we are doing the overview for the fiscal year 21-22 for the fire department. So again, we'll start off with the personnel changes in the fire department. There is contractual raises for Local 825, which is based on their bargaining unit contract. There was a 2019 MOU, which asked that the mayors present that we add 3 captains and a lieutenant in the budget. Again, those positions per that 2019 MOU must be included in the mayor's proposed budget. So those positions were included within both budgets, the Forward Together and the Crisis. Also included is an increase for the fire chief's salary, which is included in the Crisis and the Forward Together budget. The reason for that increase is that the fire chief and the police chief's salaries are usually concurrent, a few dollars off, maybe here or there in any years. As we've seen turnover in police chiefs over the last 6 years, and as we hired new chiefs, those salaries have increased within the hiring of those police chiefs, but the fire chief salary has stayed the same. So it kind of shows the longevity that Chief Austin has had in serving as the New Haven fire chief. But again, matching the police chief and the fire chief salary did not happen as we were hiring those chiefs. So this budget increases the fire chief's salary by $8,500 in both budgets. We did increase the overtime from 2.1 million to 4.1 million. Again, we've had many conversations specifically on the fire department and their overtime trend and their overtime budget. This budget does increase the fire department by $2 million, which is where they have traditionally been at pre-COVID, around that $4 million mark in overtime spend. There were no changes to their general fund revenue, but the license permits and fees, there is an additional fee in the creation of a vacant building registration program. If you remember a few years ago, the fire chief did include fees related to vacant buildings within the license permit and fee section. So now we are also creating a vacant building registration program fee as well. Again, in the crisis budget, there is the closing of the Whitney Avenue Fire Station. Again, that's only in the crisis budget, which we're focusing really on the Forward Together budget as the mayor's submission. You want to go to the next slide, Becky? That one is mine. All right, so this just shows basically the total number of positions over the fire department's personnel summary. So as you can see, in fiscal year 21, the approved number of suppression positions was 316. In the Forward Together, it is 320 based on the addition of those 3 captains and a lieutenant. And in the fiscal year 22 crisis budget, it is 315. So in the crisis budget, we did include the 3 captains and a lieutenant position, but we did decrease the number of firefighters from budgeted firefighter positions from 236 to 231. This is just an overview of their capital budget, which is relatively, from a category standpoint, we're still investing in firefighter protective equipment, rescue and safety, and emergency medical equipment, which is the capital equipment that the EMTs use. Again, within the theme of every single city department and looking at what we can afford to spend in capital, as from a borrowing standpoint, the budget does go down from a 2-year cycle from $1.125 million to $700,000. I believe I will turn it over to Chief Austin and his crew.
Thank you, Mr. Gormley. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and the alders present. I do want to introduce my team, which are our Assistant Chief Justin McCarthy and Management and Policy Analyst in a temporary position, Kayla Wallace. I just wanted to introduce them to you and thank you for the opportunity to present this budget. Next slide, please.
Austin, good evening. May I interrupt you, please? First and foremost, please give me your name and address for the record. Secondly, if those folks that you have just introduced will be speaking, they will need to identify themselves as well with their name and address just for the record, okay? Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Appreciate that. I'm smiling because I just left them and they said, make sure you give your address when you get up there, Chief. And I wrote it down. I said, yeah, I'm not sure I'll put that in my point. John Alston, 952 Grand Avenue. I've been here long enough to know better. And so with that slide, I believe Mr. Gormley has already covered those matters. Yeah, he has. So the only thing that we talked about that is significant with the overtime was that increasing us from 2.1 to $4 million, the addition of the 2 million, as this committee will know, for the last 2 years, I've always come to this committee to ask for budget transfers of either $1.8 million or 1.8, which reflected the realistic operations of our department. Next slide, please. I'll try to be succinct. When we talked about our hiring, and we put these slides in because we knew that there would be questions about recruitment and retention. In the fire department, one of the things we were able to do team-wise with HR, the CAO's office, and with my team was to increase the amount of the number of people being hired from the city of New Haven and also increasing our diversity of entry and inclusion. We utilized several different methods, things that were already in the charter. We utilized social media, but we recruit 365 days a year. We put YouTube videos out where folks can go on the website and look at some of our contemporary and incumbent members, people that they may even recognize from the community. And one of the other things that we did to try and increase our diversity, we started looking, and I heard some of the alders were talking, we started in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades. Many of our firefighters volunteer to go out and read in the schools when we were able to go into the schools. Last year, during the pandemic, we were not only to give the teachers a break, but our firefighters also zoomed into calls, literally, where they would do reading and talking with the kids about thinking about becoming members of the fire service. So one area that I'm deeply concerned about is increasing the number of women in the New Haven Fire Department. With this new list that we have, we're actually going to be doing a hiring lottery this time. Currently, the list that we have in place, the top 99 folks are tied for number 1. This is something that we've never seen before in the New Haven Fire Department. And so we thought about it. We talked to our testing consultant and we put our heads together with HR and realized that the best way to do that is a lottery system rather than going in alphabetical order. Now, everyone's not going to be happy with that, but that's giving everyone a fair shot. And one of the things that I'm very, very proud of with our team is that of the 99 folks that are on that list, 94 are residents in the city of New Haven. So that not only represents opportunity for our residents, but it's an economic windfall for our city. If people will work here, live here, and spend their money here, then in goods and services and the like. And we've seen statistically throughout the nation that when public safety professionals live in a community, the community changes. The yards are taken care of, the houses are maintained, they're active in the school systems. And so that's another windfall, an aesthetic windfall that we look at. But again, if you look at the demographics, we have a young department, and it's the same as the fire department. I'm sorry, our brothers and sisters in the police department, that they have a lot of young folks that are coming in with less than 5 years on the job. And so the contract was settled in 2019, and that gave us an opportunity to retain some folk. But we are always concerned about the number of folks that could walk out of the door within the next 6 to 10 months. And so we're keeping an eye on that. Next slide, please. So our response data, it's a breakdown of the types of calls that we're going on. What I need you to focus on are the total number of alarms, the box alarms, which are where we send out an entire complement assignment to a particular incident, maybe smoke, maybe fire. And then you have what are called our stills and fire department other. But if you look at it, the bulk of our workload is EMS work. It's almost 83% of what we do. And that is pre-COVID and during COVID. We've seen an uptick in fire activity, and we've seen an uptick in medical activity as well due to COVID. Next slide, please. And so if we look at the breakdown of what triggers our overtime, and I guess I need to put my cheaters on because that's not looking too good. I turned 60 last year, so
hey, watch it.
Hey, let me go to my notes here. Overtime triggers by the hours. Actual sick is 22,000 hours. Injury is 21,000 hours. Vacation is 10,000. Military, 4,000. Administrative leave, 3,000. Contractual personal days are almost 3,000. Earned personal days by the contract are 2,800. Funeral leave by contract is 1,600. Leave without pay is 759, which does not affect our overall number. Union activities, 753 in a year. Department special leave, which is 600, which does not cost us anything. That's when a firefighter works for another firefighter or officer. And for those that were suspended, we're looking at 156 hours. I'd like to introduce Chief McCarthy to go over the administrative pieces on the sick leave and injury. I must say he has been a breath of fresh air. He has been a tremendous asset to the department. He brings a unique view and skill set. He's very detail oriented, and he jumped in. He's not only willing to learn, but he knows a lot. And so we're greatly appreciative of him being on the team. So I want to give him an opportunity to present.
Thank you, Chief. Assistant Chief Justin McCarthy, 234 Green Street, New Haven, Connecticut. So as everyone here knows, we monitor our time off, and we know that that's a big driver on overtime, which is something that comes up annually with this panel. So here we are showing a 5-year leave of sick hours. And as you look, 2020 actually began a trend down, which is a pretty alarmingly good thing, given the fact that that includes the hours that our members were off with COVID. So we had to manage this pandemic with all of our members actively working their same shifts. We had to make sure that we kept the same number of seats filled, and we did this throughout the last year. And this reflects here by showing that while we did show a fairly large number, it's a large number that has been put forth towards the federal government reimbursement. So a lot of that reflected shows time off due to COVID and both exposures and positive cases, which we had many of, but we didn't have nearly as many as our brothers and sisters in the other comparable large cities. And that was due to the efforts put forward by the membership this year through the improved decontamination practices that were put forth with fogging machines, through tracking and contact tracing and jumping on that very quickly through our EMS division with our partners at OC Health and the health department, and as well as improved safety protocols and PPE that were put in place in the department. We can go to the next slide. Here we have fire injury trending, and you can see that there's a major decrease in 2020. That's because of the citywide push for health and wellness. We've worked through the pandemic with Zoom and other mediums to keep up with our health and wellness program and making sure that people are allowed to receive the education and are given the education to keep up on that health and wellness. The sprains and strains are reduced because of education with lifting protocols and procedures. We are encouraging our members to participate in fitness programs. We have gyms in almost every firehouse. We have at least some fitness equipment in every firehouse, but some gym equipment's been approved and upgraded in many of our firehouses. We're also utilizing Microsoft VI to track and monitor the minor injuries to see if there's something that we can do to improve. If this means when we spec a piece of apparatus, which we've been continuously doing, maybe moving steps a little bit lower to improve the distance that the firefighters have to step off of the trucks, or lowering hose beds on fire apparatus so that when they reach up to grab something, they're not twisting or turning. It's more ergonomical, and I think that's reflected in the numbers here. Next slide, please. Here, I'm going to call on Kayla Wallace, our policy analyst, who's also going to help with this, but this discusses our FEMA reimbursement submissions. And these are submissions. These aren't necessarily things that we've received financial reimbursement for yet, but they are things that we've put forth. And I'm going to start with Tropical Storm Isaias, where if you look specifically to emergency and protective measures, this was what the fire department was doing. This was our members out in the field, checking for down power lines, responding to trees in the houses. We actually had a pretty severe injury involving a tree falling that involved a major rescue. And that equated to $112,000. We also had some of our own infrastructure damage, and it's because it's pooled, the money is all there for the city, but we had damage to buildings and vehicles that had to be reimbursed due to Tropical Storm Isaias. And that was the hard work of Kayla and her team that she's put together throughout the city to compile this data along with Mr. Gormley to put forth to the federal government. Moving over to the COVID-19, we have overtime costs that we just talked about, the sick time that we've attempted to get reimbursed for. And that is a major portion of that number that I showed you earlier that showed a decrease other than the COVID-19 hours. These included 5,341 hours of COVID time that had to be backfilled due to the minimum staffing agreement and making sure that we had every seat filled throughout the course of the pandemic while we had to deal with many members suffering either an exposure or a positive case. We also have citywide submissions to FEMA for reimbursement that include the $1 million put forth in Q1, we'll call it, between March and June, the Project 1, and Project 2, which equated to almost $113,500. And we're currently working on putting forward Project 3. I'm going to introduce Kayla Wallace, our policy analyst, to go over our grants portion.
Or evening, everyone. Kayla Wallace, 20 Alders Street, New Haven, Connecticut. So we have a couple grants that we apply for almost every year. Rick Fontana and Emergency Management also aids in this process. So we've received quite a few large grants in the past couple of years. The Assistance to Firefighter Grant is one of the major ones. We've just replaced a gear washer and extractor for at the Fire Training Academy, which was $30,000. We've received the self-contained breathing apparatus. The SCBAs will all be replaced for $920,000. And we've just put in a grant for the public education trailer for $100,000, and then for a new fire apparatus as well through the Assistance to Firefighters Grant. So we're very hopeful that we'll receive those 2 awards this year. Another major grant that helps offset the costs of our budget is the Port Security Grant. So we maintain the Marine One boat that way. through maintenance, and it also helps with boat training as well, diver training, and then also camera maintenance for the city as well for our grants that we have.
Thank you both, Chief and Kayla. So when we look at our cost reduction and efficiency plans for the future, fire cares and N4s, I heard in the earlier presentation about the deployment study, and we had requested funds for the deployment study about 2.5 years ago. The Alders approved $70,000. The average cost for a fire department our size, and that was for police and fire, the average cost of a study like that is $90,000 to $100,000 for a fire department. And those were some of the quotes that we got. And so there's not enough money to do a deployment study. So in the interim, we looked to onboard software that would analyze our responses, the types of calls that we're going on to, the time and distance, how long it takes for us, we say turnout, but the time that a call is received, processed, a dispatch is sent, the firefighters prepare to roll out, we clear the fire driveway or apron, time and distance, crew setup, incident resolution, and then back in service. And so there's software that's out there. We brought a lot of technology to the city of New Haven in the last 2 to 3 years through Adachi Command and Control, where we literally can track our vehicles, where they are and how they're responding. And so utilizing that platform, we're able to plug into these types of apps and software to determine what types of calls we're going on, how long does it take us to resolve it, how long does it take us to get back in service, and are we sending the right number? And how we base that is not using a consultant. We compare ourselves to other communities and other departments our size. And so Fire Cares is a program that actually shows you, and I'll show you a quick slide on that, which actually compares us to other departments. And currently we're at a high risk for fire. And that is because of the age and number of structures that we have in our city, mostly wood frame balloon construction, but also where we are in the country, where we have high winds, where a fire can move from one structure to another very quickly if it's unchecked. And so we look at community risk assessment and community risk reduction based on the Fire Cares model. We're also minimum for injury and I can't see that. Yeah, also fire spread, I just talked about that. Death and risk. Unfortunately, I've been here almost 5 years. We've had 3 fatalities in the city of New Haven. That is 3 fatalities too many for us as a fire department. And so we utilize this data to put together social media campaigns, informational brochures. We had a door hanging program at one time where we would talk to people after a fire about smoke detectors, which we have to print a few more of those and get them out. But getting messaging out, we have seen an uptick, like we said, with COVID, with people being home, children being unattended, improper disposal of smoking materials, not having smoke detectors. We couldn't send our inspectors out a lot due to COVID. We moved towards a more telephone and computer-based permit and registration. Once we get through this COVID, we get our folks vaccinated, we get in a better place, a lower risk of contracting the disease or spread, community spread. We'll be able to get back out into the streets and knock on doors and get into houses again. Can we go backwards a little bit? Backwards, please. Nope, you're right. N4s. I apologize. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Got it. N4s is an onboarding system that will actually allow us to get granular with each of our vehicles, what they're doing within a 24-hour period, how long do they go on a call. When we are able to do that and analyze the data at that size, in that granular metric, we'll now be able to determine our actual cost, the cost of equipment, fuel, wear and tear on the vehicle. You mentioned about what software we're using to monitor our equipment. We use AssetWorks, where it actually will tell us how that engine is performing or truck is performing. Some of the new apparatus we've been looking at actually has Bluetooth technology that will tell you in real time what that piece of apparatus is doing. And so that allows us to manage our fleet, bring down the average age of our fleet, to ensure that we are getting the most out of that piece of equipment. The average fire truck is $1.3 to $1.5 million. The average engine is about $780 to about $900,000 for a piece. We just purchased 3 pieces with the capital money we had from 2019. Due to COVID, there were no trade shows, and we were able to negotiate with some of the vendors, Seagrave in particular, to get 3 pumpers at $1.8, $1.9 million. That is unheard of. We had chiefs from other parts of the country calling saying, what kind of deal did you cut to get 3 pumpers for under $2 million? It is market driven. We're not going to see that anymore after COVID, but it is market driven. And so when we look at data like this, we're able to project the wear and tear on our fleet, but also the wear and tear on our people as well. Can we go back 2 slides? So we talked about roll call. One of the issues that we had were making sure our staffing models were right, that we were hiring the right people for the right job. In other words, if I need a paramedic to work because one is off on injury or vacation, I need to hire a paramedic. Our deputy chiefs were spending sometimes 2 hours, almost 2.5, 3 hours, making multiple phone calls just to find people to work a particular slot, making sure they follow the union rules. If they didn't follow the union rules, we would get the grievance and we'd have to pay that out. Roll call, when I first got here, we were attempting to work with telestaff. We never got it working for the fire department. Roll call is a more robust system. It integrates with our command and control system, so it provides accountability for our members. So we know who's riding on a piece, who we've hired, and it can be operated from any tablet and even a phone. The firefighters get a text, are you available to work? They've got 30 minutes to respond if they're available, and it limits the amount of extra time those chiefs spend in the office trying to do administrative work. It will also follow the union rule structure so that we know that we are properly identifying and accounting for vacation time, sick time, earned personal days as well. It is currently being run dual track with the analog system that we had in the past. And I think Chief McCarthy, you had a meeting with them again today. I believe we're ready for full implementation within days or weeks. Municity is a system that the entire city has gone to, both for permit review, licensing, and fees. The fire marshal's office is now on board with that, where it allows all of us to see the same plans. We've had that before with permit view, but Municity is a more robust system. And we've met with them a couple of times. They're very interested in not only assisting us as a department, specifically the fire department, but they also have templates that they've used with other departments. So they're very familiar with some of the programs I'd like to bring to the city of New Haven. We're finally getting the vacant building program up and running. The vacant building program was multifaceted. It was not only almost putting the cart before the horse, putting the fee structure in place so that we could collect the fees, but we also had to rewrite the code, the fire code, and get that codified because we had never done any work like this before. So Municity is great for us because when COVID hit, we closed our building down to make sure the public wasn't coming in. We allowed no visitors to come into the firehouses. It allowed people to start utilizing the online system. It's more of a structured system for us, if you will, and it's more beneficial for the public as well because they can go online, look at what the requirements are for the permit, fill them in, and pay their fees. We're also looking at doing our work orders in a different way. We've used Firehouse software in the past and making sure that the facility and equipment needs, Chief McCarthy has done an excellent job with working with our facility supervisor, Tom Clemens. Giovanni's in our city's engineer to make sure that our facilities are being maintained, that the issues are being addressed in a timely manner. A regular meeting takes place, but also even ordering the supplies, the firefighter supplies that they need are now being set up on a schedule where we can monitor how we're distributing supplies and equipment to the various stations. When our supply requisitions, we have a better procurement program. I believe it's every 2 weeks, Chief, every 2 weeks or once a month.
Yeah, we're trialing going to every 2 weeks to allow for better tracking. So what we're actually putting in place is we're doing a monthly request every 2 weeks. Deliveries will occur. That way, the firehouses are fully stocked with all their disposable items such as toilet paper, paper towel, trash bags, things of that nature. Because right now it's as needed. If we come up with a tracking system and we're able to monitor all of this, we'll be able to better get the equipment to them, but we're also going to be able to track it and make sure that we're utilizing the appropriate amounts and that everybody has what they need.
Thank you. And lastly, the costs go up when we don't have bodies, when we don't have firefighters. Currently, we have the testing for lieutenants. Coming up this summer, we're going to have to test for battalion chief and captain. We recently had the deputy chief's test. There are still several tests that are out there that we have not had that Human Resources is aware of in some of our non-suppression areas, such as the fire marshal's office and in the training school. We're about to hire 2 mechanics. Currently, we have 1 mechanic, and I can resonate with what Chief Dominguez said. It gives us concern when we have 1 mechanic in a shop that has to work on some of that heavy equipment. And I appreciate the fact that some of the school and members have come over to help, but also we've also had assistants from other departments who said, hey, look, if your mechanic has a really heavy job, the chief of Hamden has said, look, we can assist with it. West Haven has said, we can assist with it. But the job has been posted. The list is being processed. I believe there's a test that has to occur, but we'll be hiring 2 mechanics. In terms of the class that's coming, currently all our vacancies on the suppression side are in the firefighter rank. And that's what drives our overtime and drives our Garcia, because you're hiring the same people to work the same shifts. Also, when COVID exposures happen and you have to close down a company to disinfect it, when you end up taking 8 people out of one station and now 5 to 6 of them have to be quarantined or isolated for 10 days, then you're hiring that opposite shift. They end up working the same times. And obviously we know that the Garcia numbers go up anytime an employee exceeds 212 hours in a 28-day period. We are looking to hire the class. April 22nd is the date we've set to have the lottery. We'll give more information about that. We've spoken to the leadership about it. We're going to do a test run either the end of this week or the first of next week. And it's an exciting time in the city of New Haven that we actually have so many people tied for number 1 that we have to have a lottery to select them. I believe that's the last point I need to make because I'm looking at the clock. It's 9:30. I'd like to leave room for questions.
All righty. Thank you, Chief Austin and crew. Okay, Alder Marchand, are you ready with your questions?
I am, Madam Chair, and I only have 2. The first is returning to the subject of a staffing study. Chief, you mentioned that the cost was in the ballpark of $90,000 or $100,000. When you were doing your due diligence, did you get information not just about how much it costs, but how long it would take to undertake such an effort?
Yes, sir. It ranged from 3 months to 6 months. The lower end 3 months were folks that said they could plug into our various systems and pull the data that they needed, and they could do it remotely. The others talked about coming into the community and interviewing stakeholders and doing something similar to what was done in 2002. I think that's the last time we had a major study done in the city of New Haven on deployment. But there's also another issue. In other departments, in other places, New Haven is very unique. We have what's called a relief factor. And basically it is calculated on the number of contractual days that can be taken to the number of riding positions, and you're able to hire that number of people. So instead of hiring 4 firefighters for a shift, this is in the budgeting realm, you would be hiring 5.2. And what that would do is you would have people to cover those positions when someone took vacation, when someone was off. We cannot do that in the city of New Haven based on previous litigation. We can only hire the number of people that are budgeted. So as soon as someone retires, that's a vacancy until we hire. So we're not allowed to do that. In other places, I would be able to take people from the school. If I needed to assign people to the school, I can move them from suppression to the school. I can move them from the school to suppression. That also has to be negotiated with the union every time that that happens. In our contract, and I've said this before, in our contract, the contract says specifically how many pieces of equipment can be on the street, how many firefighters can be there. And you think about it, there's 130,000 folks that we know of in the city of New Haven, nighttime residential. Daytime, we could easily be up close to 170,000 people. We have 72 people protecting them, 72 people. And every day I see more structures going up and more people moving into the city of New Haven. So even if a deployment study came in and said we needed to hire more firefighters, now what do we do with our budget? And so the best possible solution for us to analyze that is to pull our current data, measure ourselves against other departments and communities the same size, and see what the best practices and the best strategies are. That's what we can do now. Unless with this stimulus money that we're getting, we can pay for a study. That $100,000, that was just for the fire department.
Thank you, Chief. My other question is about capital. I didn't see anything proposed for renovations to firehouses, but that's something I've heard talk about the need for some of the firehouses to be upgraded or renovated. So I assume that will be in a future capital budget cycle, or is that something for which you could actually find funding from elsewhere?
Well, that's something, I'm glad you asked the question, sir. That's something that we've been looking at. There are two major infrastructure, if you will, facility projects we're looking at. The fountain station, we pour a lot of money into that. The roof, we put a lot of money into the Whitney station after the fire. The fountain station is an old station. There is a issue with the floor sagging. It is, the engineers have said that it's safe, but in age of the firehouse, eventually that's going to have to be addressed. Something that we've discussed citywide is our water supply system, replacing the hydrants. Our hydrants are many of them are close to, if not 100 years old. And so that is something that we're going to be looking at in the next 3 to 5 years that we're going to have to replace as well. In certain areas. In other areas, you could get in-kind contributions. In other words, if a developer is coming in and saying, hey, I'm going to be putting up X number of units. Hey, by the way, would you like to put some new hydrants in? that would be nice. Could you work with regional water to increase the water flow, maybe change out a gate or an interlock? Sure, there are other ways that we can do it. But in terms of our facilities, currently our facilities, they're manageable. None of them have reached the point of beyond economic repair. But we are approaching that. We do have some older houses that are in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty, moving right along. Alder Ernie Santiago, questions for Chief?
No question at this time. Thank you.
All right, Alder DeCola?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Alder Morrison?
No questions at this time, Madam Chair.
All right, Alder Walker Myers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, I think the having 90, you said 94 out of 99, I believe, people scoring #1. That's impressive. That just shows what we can do when we put our minds to really focus on New Haven residents. In addition to the additional points, I think that's just amazing. But as far as the study, I know you said it costs a certain amount of money and it wasn't enough money allocated. It seems that you are really good at finding grants. Have we looked at out there if there's any opportunities for grants that could possibly fund the study?
Yeah, they will not do it. There used to be it was called the Institute for Law and Justice many years ago that would not only work with departments, they would help them set up their computers if they didn't have it, and they would pull that information and data out. Those places, those folks are gone now. The AFG grant is mainly for equipment, and the SAFER grant is mainly for personnel and hiring to prevent layoffs. There are some other places that if we looked at institutes like maybe a UNH, if you will, and try to get a graduate program, maybe a couple of graduate students to put that together. That may be another way to get it, like an in-kind or combination of them and my office. But in terms of getting grant money for deployment studies, it's just not out there. Not in the Northeast. It's just not there.
I think we have to think outside the box. So I think what you just said about UNH, which I think they focus on fire in some way, or fire study or something, don't quote me on that, but I think we have to be innovative in these times to really think about how we capture funding or in-kind donations that could be out there to fund the things that we really need. Thank you.
Absolutely, wholeheartedly agree with you. Thank you. We actually had a Yale presidential fellow who came in and studied our department and EMS response during the opioid crisis. And we yielded some great information there. But in terms of an entire departmental study, I would say a strategic planning committee made up of stakeholders. It takes a longer time, but we would still have to come back and compare ourselves to other departments and other communities our size or similar. But thank you. We will definitely push for that.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Alrighty, thank you, Alder Walker-Myers. Alder Festa, you're next, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Austin and Assistant Chief McCarthy for presenting tonight, as well as Kayla Wallace. I do have some questions on the technology. That is it actually being used? Because I remember at one point, the technology was also going to be used, and I don't know which software it was, to address the overtime concerns. And as long as people are using it, it can be detected, but if folks aren't using it, it can't be. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. The software we were talking about is the one that I showed in the second to last slide, which was the roll call. We waited almost 3 years for telestaff to get up and running, and it did not. And so we were able to work with Mr. Gormany's office to get the additional module to what we use now, which is a Dashi command and control. And basically what that does is it follows the union rules. It tells us the people that are available. So we're hiring the right people for the right spots. The other thing is to make sure that we enforce the contract, make sure we stay within the four corners of the contract, but also look at our trends of injuries and people that are booking off. We recently, I think Alder Santiago talked about morale. Morale changes from time to time due to different reasons. COVID is one thing that drives morale. Some of the decisions I make as a chief may drive morale. If I make transfers, that drives morale. But the equalization of staffing, making sure we have the proper people in the proper positions, that's when your costs go down. When you can hire, staff, and promote, our costs go down.
Okay, I'm not sure my question was answered, but it's
That's
related to
software.
Clarify. Roll call, we're able to get on contract around the first of the fiscal year, and it has been rolled out rather quickly. And they're in implementation status now, as the chief mentioned. It's redundant with the paper, and they're about to get rid of the backup on paper. So it is new, and the data is really quite encouraging.
Okay, so we don't really have data yet to really know what the overtime status is and how it relates to this new technology, this new software.
Correct, because it's running concurrent with the analog system currently. We haven't weaned ourselves off of it yet.
All right, thanks for that clarification. What are the main drivers of overtime? Is it vacations, sick leave, special leave? What are the main drivers?
Okay, so we put that, if you want to put that slide back up, Ms. Bombero. Yeah, the triggers are contractual vacation, earned vacations, contractual vacations, sick, and injury. Those are our overtime triggers since July of last year.
Okay, because when I can't sleep at night, I read contracts, and I read the fire contract, and there's a discrepancy somewhere with the vacation, and it's unclear to me how much vacation a firefighter gets depending on whether you're reading 23-4 or 23-5, 3-day, 3-night tour, or 12-day for 2 weeks. So I'm assuming that some of the overtime is driven by that clause because you have to backfill. So it seems like it's more vacation than, anyway, there's confusion and discrepancies in that part of the contract.
Well, the slide is right there with the breakdown of the overtime triggers.
Yeah, I get it, but it's still, there's something in the contract that just doesn't seem right. But that's another question. Anyway, that's another conversation that we can have offline. Can you tell us, since Engine 8 is on the chopping block once again, and we just fixed it, how much did we spend on fixing it after the fire?
Those numbers I don't have for this presentation, but I can reach out to engineering and Tom Clemens and we can get that information for you.
Yeah.
So the number Alder Festa was,
yeah.
the number Alder Festa was a little bit over $200,000 that was spent on fixing up Whitney Ave.
Okay, and how much would it cost us to close it down? What savings would there be to close it down? Because we still have to maintain the manpower. So we still will have all of those firefighters, et cetera, lieutenants, battalion chiefs, et cetera,
It's roughly
from that engine.
It's roughly between $200,000 and $250,000 per year. Am I
Of
right? With
savings.
that? Yeah, am I right with that, Mr. Gormley?
Yeah, I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but I do believe it was around that number. Yep.
Okay, so by closing that engine, would we be able to cut back to the 69, or do we still have to have 72? Because the contract also states you can, it's up to the chief's discretion to go to 69.
Correct. The contractual language is exactly this. If we went to paramedic engines, 10 engines, then we could go down to 69. That has nothing to do with the closing of a house. It has to do with the deployment of EMS and ALS services.
And where do we stand with the ALS?
We have to continue to hire paramedics. Mm-hmm.
And where are we with that?
April 22nd, we will be having a lottery to hire. Currently, we only have 10 paramedics on that list. So we would have to continue to hire paramedics until we got to roughly, I believe the number, Justin, Chief, if I'm wrong, it's 60?
60 or 65, I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's 60 or 65 are required in the ranks of suppression in order for us to move to a paramedic engine model.
Correct.
Okay, so we have a ways to go.
Yes.
Are there any plans to implement, I think it was Hill House that had a class for the beginning stages of training?
Public Safety Academy, I think is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the program. Prior to you hiring me as the chief, I came up a couple of times and taught classes there in 2014 and 2015. It was Bill Garrity that ran the program, along with Principal Worthy over there at Hill House. We did actually have a couple of folks come out of there with EMT certifications. The program, we looked to expand it to other high schools. The program was discontinued at Hill House and it never expanded. Bill Garrity retired and is now teaching in another city. And so no one picked that program back up.
Is it something that you foresee happening? We mentioned hiring New Haven residents and getting our youth a little bit more engaged in the process. And this might be a way of doing both.
Agreed. We recently had a press conference not too long ago. We've partnered with AMR. They have a program what's called Earn While You Learn, where they're taking applications from New Haven residents. They are paying them while they train them to be EMTs. And also as they train them to be EMTs, at the end of their successful completion, they will offer them a job. We're helping rigorously with that program because that gives us an opportunity to entice people to not only become EMTs, but to also join the fire services.
But that's open to everyone, correct?
In New Haven.
Not just New Haven.
No, in New Haven residents only.
Just New Haven residents. Okay, Cool.
What we did to ensure opportunities for New Haven residents is we changed the hiring practices. You have 10 points that could be given to residents that was in the charter that had never been used before. We used that. Like I said, we used multimedia recruitment efforts. We made visitations, we did cards. We had 8 to 9 orientation programs. We utilized technology like YouTube to push the messages to some of these folks. To entice them to become members of the New Haven Fire Department. And the fruits of our labor are showing in 99 folks, 94 folks from the city of New Haven, tying for number 1, and a bulk of folks, even in the rank of number 2 and 3 from the city of New Haven.
Well, they're New Haven residents, Chief. They're smart.
I totally agree.
No, that makes us very proud to hear those numbers. That's absolutely awesome, wonderful.
Without a lawsuit.
Keep it that way. And just lastly, I just want to ask
Madam Chair, this is question number 6.
You're on question 6
sorry,
now.
they were follow-ups to the answers that we're getting of the same
All the
question.
Festa?
I do have a couple more. If
Well,
you can
save
come
them,
around.
Sidebar with the chief and the department. You have to be fair to everyone else here.
Oh,
You
I
know,
understand, Madam Chair. Hopefully we'll get another round. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
All right, moving right along to Alder Furlow. You're up next, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Alston, for your leadership in the fire department. And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Alder Evelyn, you're back with us?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay.
loud and clear. Go right
Thank
ahead.
you.
You're next, ma'am.
Thank you, Chief Alton, for all the great work the department is doing. And I have no questions at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Alder Hurt, any questions for Chief Alston or Mr. McCarthy or Ms. Wallace?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No question at this time. Just want to thank the chief for his leadership. Thank you.
All righty. Alder Decker?
Questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Chief Alston, Mr. McCarthy, and Ms. Wallace, thank you all very much for your service to the department and the city of New Haven. We are grateful for all that you do for us. It's almost 10 o'clock and we're moving on to the next department, which is the Department of Parks and Public Works.
Thank you, Madam
All right.
Chair.
Thank you.
And thank you, Alders, for continued support of our department.
We talked right in here. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. So, good evening. Michael, I don't know, do you want to do an overview prior to us speaking?
Mr. Gormany?
Yep, I'm sorry. I was just getting this together here. Yes, Jeff and Bill, I will give the overview. This is the overview for Parks and Public Works going for FY 2021-2022 budget overview. Excuse me. In looking at the going from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 22 and looking at the Forward Together budget, you'll see it on the general fund side, we would be going from $15.9 million to $16.4 million. Again, that's the budget that we're focusing on during these budget presentations. In the crisis budget, we go from $15.9 million to $15.8 million. So on the side, you'll see the personnel changes that make up the general fund portion of the Parks and Public Works budget. A lot of the eliminations have to do with the crisis budget, which would be eliminating various personnel positions from an administrative assistant to 3 equipment operators, the refuse laborer and the caretaker. I will make a note here. In both budgets, what you will see is a correction because it does, even though it's a Roman numeral, require Board of Alder approval. Back in October of 2020, we came before the board Finance Committee to change a position to a Management Analyst 4. We changed it from one position, an admin assistant, to a Management Analyst 4. As we were doing the hiring process, which really didn't begin until January and February, I did realize, and I will own up to this Scribner's error, I did make a mistake on the actual job title. So instead of recommitting it back to the Board of Alders and going through a process, it was easier since we were in budget time just to make the correction in the budget. So you'll see in both budgets that Management Analyst 4 position is going to a Management Analyst 2. On the non-personnel side, in the crisis budget, there's various reductions to certain line items, such as other contractual services, vehicle maintenance, facility maintenance, and building and ground maintenance. The major change in the Parks and Public Works budget has to do with the transfer station. As you can see in both budgets, there is a significant increase in the transfer station. In the Forward Together budget, there's an increase of $500,000 in the budget. Again, that's the budget we're focusing on, and that is really the spend on where we've been at in the last 3 to 5 years. As far as the transfer station, we have seen an increase in what the city pays to the New Haven Solid Waste Authority over the last few years in regards to what the city's actually paying for tonnage and disposal and everything else. So you see an increase in that particular line item, which is really what's driving the Parks and Public Works budget. You want to go to the next slide? So what you'll see here is the budget for Parks and Public Works for capital. Again, fiscal year 2021 was when we really combined the Parks and Public Works departments, but that was not a capital cycle. So what I did for the presentation was I took each line item, and so you can sort of just compare it back in fiscal year 1920 to what the mayor's proposed 2021-22 budget looks like. Again, the 1920 budget, if you look in a budget book, is budgeted in each agency respectively, so either Parks or Public Works. But this just sort of gives you a comparison. So again, we really kept the focus in on street trees. As you can see, the budget in 1920 was 1.5 million, and we continue to keep that in at 1.5 million. We continue to put an emphasis on pavement management and infrastructure, especially since that's a match to the state LoCIP program. And we continued to look at the funding for parks, infrastructures, and improvements. So those were really the three focus areas of the capital budget when it came to Parks and Public Works. I will turn it over, I believe, to Jeff Pescasolido and Bill Carone now.
Great.
Gentlemen, good evening. Name and addresses for the record, please.
Sure. Jeff Pescasolido, 595 Whitney Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut.
Hello, Bill Carone, 38 Parkview Road, Wallingford, Connecticut.
Again, good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, and fellow alders. Again, Jeff Pescasolido, Director, New Haven Parks and Public Works. With me tonight, Mr. Bill Carone. And unfortunately, our Chief Fiscal Officer, Mr. Mark DeCola, is not present. He had an emergency which took him away from our meeting tonight. I would like to begin tonight's presentation with an overview of our budget, again, Parks and Public Works, transition into some Public Works highlights. Bill will follow up with some Parks overviews. Again, if Mark was here, we could talk a little bit about some budget line items, or hopefully if you have any questions, we can answer those, possibly with some assistance from Michael and Rebecca. The 2021/2022 budget is the first budget for the Department of Parks and Public Works. General fund request $16.5 million plus or minus dollars. Again, 65% of that is made up of the salaries for our department as shown in the pie chart on the screen. Rebecca, if you could go to the next slide. I think there's one that has a Parks and Public Works overview of the department, the different divisions. We could go ahead. That one right there. Thank you. Who we are. We are one department, 11 subdivisions with distinct services supporting the department's mission statement. Again, you can see here, again, our subdivisions, prioritizing the trees, parks maintenance, and our streets, refuse divisions, fleet maintenance for the DPW side. Rebecca, if you want to go back to the mission statement, that'd be great. Again, our department, we provide community-focused services, programs, and amenities while recognizing environmental challenges that exist for present and future generations. Again, our mission statement's a little lengthy. To save some time, we're not going to read through that. Our goals remain working together as a centralized department, providing effective and professional services and amenities. If we go ahead, DPW, just a quick overview of some of our subdivisions. We focused on, in previous years, our public space. And despite COVID, the department was able to fill 2 of the 3 positions. Within 4 months, this division has made a significant reappearance in support of our services and activities, snow removal, illegal bulk, refuse and recycling, and currently supporting, as we move into our spring, summer months, the beautification projects and cleanups. Our street sweeping program commenced April 1st with revised schedules so that every street in the city of New Haven will be swept once a month. And that is one side, one day, the second side, the following day. Over the winter months, we did revise our street sweeping routes, balanced our routes. We feel that we can do a better job. And they will be supported again this year with the paper posting signs. Again, our website has been updated. We encourage New Haven residents to visit the website and enroll in the notifications that the city does offer. Our fleet maintenance garage, our subdivision, has been very busy. We again transitioned a few years ago into 2 shifts, and we've been very, very successful. There was a question earlier tonight about ages of vehicles, and some of our refuse vehicles, and as Rebecca said, we use our vehicles until they no longer can perform safely. A couple of our vehicles, refuse vehicles, are at an age of 2006. They may be our spares, but we can still operate those vehicles safely. We have a couple of our snowplow trucks, our Class 8s, the larger vehicles, with a year's date of 2003. We were successful to have those vehicles out in our snow efforts over the winter months. So our fleet garage is busy doing the maintenance. More of the heavy maintenance is done at night. And there was talk of preventive maintenance, and we are now doing a lot of that during the daytime shift. We find it much easier for the staff, no interference on the night crew. Recycling, refuse collection, that remains a challenge for our department. Compliance with recycling is a challenge, and education is one area that we stress. We will continue the education process, and we will resume the process of applying violation stickers, which act as a notification to our residents, and as required, moving forward from these warnings into a citation mode. The department will continue infrastructure repair through our pavement maintenance programs. The capital budget is very helpful in maintaining our 231 miles of roads at a cost of $15 million a year is really what we would need in a rotation for a 15-year life cycle of pavement in the city of New Haven. We're currently going at approximately a little over $3 million a year. Our life cycle is a little bit longer. The other monies goes towards the pothole patching and normal maintenance that we provide in the winter months. And sidewalks, of course, we support some of the funding goes to our sidewalk grinding, preliminary maintenance prior to the full depth repairs undertaken by the city's engineering department. And again, we will continue to do our miscellaneous construction repair activities within the city's right of way. Our public information and citizen response unit maintains are very strong, remains staffed to support our residents with additional guidance for services on staff assistance. So these are some highlights for the public works side. Bill will give an update on some of the highlights for the New Haven Parks and Public Works side.
Sure, thank you, Jeff.
You're
and
welcome.
Thank you all for allowing us to present tonight. It's great to be here and it's great to see all of you. So, I want to make it really important that, we believe that New Haven parks are crucial for health and wellness. Our budget we are presenting tonight will allow us to continue to provide the community with safe, clean park spaces for residents and guests to cope and recover from this pandemic. And it's been a long year. And just a quick highlight of the two divisions on the park side, our maintenance division. We provide maintenance and resource management services at all of our city parks, which is over 2,000 acres. We maintain over 100 athletic facilities, over 65 playgrounds, pavilions, park benches, fences, and light poles, etc. We also provide service and support special events and concerts, which we'll hopefully see more this summer as we get vaccinated. And then in the winter time, we transform to plowing. Another division on the park side is our tree division. We are responsible for the overall management of New Haven's urban forest. This tree division conducts tree pruning, tree trimming, removals, and stump grinding. We do prioritize our work by removing dead, diseased, or dying trees first for public safety. We do provide 24/7 emergency response, and we are always on site during weather events. This year, we are working really hard on creating a comprehensive system inventory so we could make improvements more effective and ensure proper preventative maintenance is happening to reduce expensive emergency repairs.
Thank you, Bill. So I think there are some additional slides in our presentation, and again, to save some time, the COVID impact. So Parks and Public Works, like the rest of the City of New Haven Department, State of Connecticut, United States, we were impacted by COVID, of course, but we really took heed to the CDC safety regulations, the city's Department of Health and Human Resources, and we were able to continue our services throughout 2020. We were impacted in ways with our normal operations. The parks crew was busy making our parks safe, removing some of those amenities of the basketball courts, swing sets, which are now fully operational. Is that correct, Bill?
Yes.
So those are fully operational. We did have some shortages on the supply line back in 2019. The Public Works side was approved to purchase 4 550 plow trucks, the smaller trucks that assist the Class 8s in our snow removal efforts. They did not arrive until March 2021. They were definitely missed this winter, getting into some of those narrow streets. We had some delays with toters. Toters disappear quite frequently in New Haven. So we're constantly placing orders, and we had a 6-month delay to get those toters out to our residents. Again, we did get by, and we adjusted our staffing issues accordingly. Surprisingly enough, our staff was very good and complying with the mask, the social distancing. So we didn't experience a lot of problems with staff being out because of COVID. If they did contact COVID, it was not shared amongst coworkers. So we're proud to say that. Unfortunately, some of the employees did get COVID on the outside. We did adapt to COVID, again, through the other departments and advice, CDC, the health department, and guidelines. We made some modifications to our crew sizes, the way we did business. We improved our communications, daily review of sanitization policies and procedures. We, of course, increased that within house. Again, the enforcement of policies amongst ourselves. In doing so, the Parks Department, again, was able to open up some of their facilities for some events, some athletic events, and even Lighthouse Park, the beach, was open to visitors, again, limited amounts of visitors. And one area which still, because the public wanted to get outside, they wanted to visit the parks, and they did so in large numbers, the area of College Woods, Farnham Drive, was closed so that those individuals could walk in compliance with the 6-foot distance requirements. And they were able to do so on a closed street, Farnham Drive, which remains closed currently, and it's still used quite frequently during the day, evening hours, and especially on the weekends as we get into the nicer weather. What looks different? Again, we've made some changes, so our operational changes are different. The merge actually has helped, and again, I think it's something that residents and you as alders may not see, but I can tell you on the operational side, between Bill and myself, communicating better, sharing equipment, staff members working closer together, we're seeing improvements on the services that we provide. We still have some challenges ahead of us, illegal dumping, but again, the Parks Department is using public space now to assist in some enforcement with illegal dumping. Again, sharing of equipment, we are now looking at the products that we purchase. One individual purchased for the whole department, and the core responsibilities is being shared amongst us all in the department. As we move ahead, meeting the Board of Alders priorities, jobs. Again, we try to bring seasonals in here, and I think it's great experience for the youth of New Haven to come in at a seasonal level, especially with the Parks Department, and get some training. They're very much needed in support of our parks. They're great jobs. We do have entry-level positions in both parks and public works. On the park side, the caretakers; on the public works side, more so with the refuse division. And in years prior, we had a lot of success with youth at works. We had a lot of fun, and some of the individuals we've seen in years after they've worked here, and they talk to us and tell us how they enjoyed it, learned a lot, and I believe one or two of them have pursued careers in public works or a parks type facility. Public safety, again, we learned a lot through CDC and New Haven, and we continue to develop stressing safety amongst ourselves in our facilities, the fields, the playgrounds, and our neighborhoods, providing essential services. And as we move forward, environmental justice, we recognize that. And the city of New Haven, again, is unique with our street sweeping program. We would sweep 365 a year, weather permitting, but again, the improvements we've made over the last year, every neighborhood is getting swept once a month, and that we're very proud of that. It's a very successful program. As Bill had stated, we're reassessing all of our park properties and the inventory within the property so we can provide better services. We can do better scheduling our activities. and we will continue to collaborate with other agencies to improve the park systems and other areas of the city. So on that note, if there are any questions of the narrative portion or the budgetary line items, feel free to ask. It's just a slideshow again of who we are, what we've done in the past. It shows a lot with our youth in New Haven, but feel free to ask us any questions. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Pescasolido and Mr. Carone. Okay, Alder Marchand, are you ready?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask these gentlemen if they had anything more they wanted to say about the merger of the Parks component of the former Parks and Rec Department and the Public Works Department. Has it proved a good fit? What have the growing pains been? Those kinds of things.
Thanks, Bill. You know, again, I think coming from the operations side, I do see the benefits. I see us working very close together. We are doing this in respect of the union guidelines, and I think there was a little hesitation on the part of some of the staff amongst the working crews, the operational side, in protection of their own jobs. But I think as we do this day to day, they're finding that, you know, geez, if I had a street sweeper here, it's going to make my job easier. You know, if Parks Department did this before we got down here with our street sweeper, it'd make the street sweeping program a lot better. I think it's going to take some time. I think it's still, there are some individuals that don't feel it's the right fit for New Haven. We've had some great communications with the recreation side, and I think that's one area that I think as the athletics start to build and become more active, you're going to see that this is a good move for the city of New Haven. I really believe so.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Alder, for the question. You know, I agree with Jeff too. You know, we do have to follow the union contracts very closely, but you know, outside of that, you know, Public Works and Parks maintenance, you know, we're here to help the residents, you know, maintain a clean and safe city, and that's what we do every day. And we work together on that. You know, we share our tools and equipment, and we assign jobs where both of us are working in the same area to work smarter and be more efficient. And I've seen some big improvements with communication and getting projects done, especially supporting engineering projects with both departments pretty much meeting every morning at their workshop. So I think it's going well. And I think looking ahead, when the union contracts come up in negotiations, it would get better too.
My next question is about the trees. How are we doing on the tree list, the backlog? And has this merger enhanced your section's ability to stay on top of all the trimming and stump removal? You know, I see that there's $1.5 million in capital that's set aside for trees. Just an update on where we are with trees and how you see it going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Great question. You know, we are doing well with trees. You know, thank you for, I believe it was last year, the year before, you approved another tree trimmer and our new tree truck. And with 3 crews out in the field, we're making big progress on our backlog. You will see year by year that our numbers of trimming and removals do increase. You know, this summer we were hit with Tropical Storm Iaisis. Then we had the tornado in late August, and then we had that nasty windstorm which blew down the holiday Christmas tree on the green. So we get storms like that does kind of create some backlog. But you know, with the capital money we're getting, we're able to hire more contractors. We're able to focus on some of these diseased trees like the ash borer and some of our Dutch elm trees that are declining. And we're able to do a better job at managing our inventory. With the merge of Public Works and Parks, our guys are the experts. We're out there dropping trees, and I'm not pulling tree trimmers to ride, to load trucks and take the loads to the dump. Public Works is right behind us with their loaders, with their big dump trucks, and they're picking up the wood, and we're moving on to the next job site. And that's been a great increase in productivity for us throughout the past year.
Thank you for that. My final question is in the topic of the public space inspection function of DPW. Of course, this board approved the creation of a new public space inspector position and the reorganization of an existing position into a foreman or a managerial position, I forget which. But so I want to know how that's working out. And in conjunction with that, do we have a hearing officer, and are we issuing tickets to people who are not in compliance with public space ordinance?
Yes, so we advertised for the positions, I believe, around October. We brought in the first was an inspector came on just prior to winter. So his introduction was writing warnings about sidewalks. And then he moved into toters, so illegal dumping. So he is very, very busy, Mark Clinton. And recently we just drafted Lori Lopez came over from LCI. So she brings a wealth of information from the LCI side as the foreperson supervisor in public space. And so she's really revamping the program. We still have one vacancy, which was rebid. And so we're hopefully we will get a second inspector on board. One of the keys about having Lori, though, is she's really bridged a little bit of a gap that somehow occurred between LCI and DPW's public space. So I really, again, I think you're going to see a lot of improvements with the neighborhood specialists and public space moving forward. To answer the hearing officer, I believe there was an individual that was identified last year, and I think, again, Rebecca's working on finalizing that individual coming on board. But we have seen a lot of letters go out to residents in the form of warnings, and we are seeing some citations go out, and some checks are trickling back in. People are paying, but the most important part is the education process, and they're complying with the ordinances.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Thank you, Alder Marchand. Moving along to Alder Ernest Santiago. Questions from Mr. Pesco-Salida or Mr. Carone?
My question was answered about the trees. Thank you.
All righty. Alder DeCola?
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Alder Morrison?
Yes, I just have one question. Just in regards to those sweeps, I know that the mayor's office and prior to this administration, the last administration did those different community sweeps. And as DPW, you guys are a lead in that process. Is there plans to continue to do those sweeps on a regular basis for each community? Because I know, for example, like when it was Dixwell's time, something crazy happened. And so we didn't get that. And so I know for me, with Bill, I've done my own sweeps, but just, the formal, are there plans for continuations of formal sweeps? And for the public, that if you might not know when I'm talking about sweeps, to just look at the areas and all those specific things that needs to be taken care of, which does help with the rack and things of that sort. So that was kind of a statement and a question all wrapped in one.
I'll take that one. The CAO's office is coordinating sweeps throughout the year. We'll be letting you know as the schedules are finalized and just making sure none of our LCI specialists or PD district managers are going to be away during the sweeps as they're currently organized. But we did one in March, one in April, we're doing 2 in May, 2 in June, 2 in July, taking a slight break. It's only one in August, and then 2 a month in September and October as well. So stay tuned for a full schedule.
So I hope Dixville is on one, because we haven't had, I keep dragging Bill down to do my own personal sweeps, but you all might know some other things that I'm not looking for that Dixville could benefit from. So, okay, so thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Alder Walker Myers.
there you go.
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty, Alder Festa, you're next, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned the illegal dumping being well, I guess the question is, how is illegal dumping being enforced? It seems like throughout the city, there's like these hot spots where people like to dump consistently. Can you just explain to us how that's being enforced?
Sure, and a good question. So prior to getting our public space division staff, DPW, we were just driving, again, through notification from C-Click-Fix or phone calls. We were just picking up these random piles of materials that were dumped on the edge of the road. So currently, the public space division is looking at the piles. They're looking inside if there's any type of notification where the piles have come from. In the past, we have involved the New Haven Police Department, if needed, to file or to review the source of the dumping, and we will pursue legally that way. A lot of times, the piles are generated right from the house, even though so the residents will deny it, but we'll find as we look at the piles that there is some type of notification, a letter, a box or something that came, and it identifies it came from that house. So the public space inspectors, again, are communicating with residents and informing them the proper way to dispose of what's available through the city, through bulk appointments or the residential drop-off. And so we give them an opportunity. They have an opportunity to remove the material. Again, sometimes the material is put there and somebody moves out and the absentee landlord will end up getting the citation and paying the bill. So there's a process that has been developed. We will be reviewing that with the hearing officer to see if there's any changes, and then of course our corporation counsel as well.
And how about the dumpings that happen like along Farnham Drive or English Drive? I mean, Farnham is closed, but English is open, and it seems like the dumping has picked up there since we reopened that portion of East Rock Parks. Are there plans to maybe put?
Yeah, that's another good question. We do have areas throughout the city: Springside, Wintergreen, Russell Street, and it seems that stretch over on Farnham now is our primary dumping locations in Pete Meadow Road. We have been experimenting with cameras, and we will be utilizing that as an enforcement tool as well.
Madam Chair, I think Alder Festa got bumped off. Perhaps she'll rejoin in a moment.
All righty, so hopefully she will rejoin. But in the meantime, Alder Furlow, if you have questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions. I think we're all looking forward to greater enforcement along the lines of blight, especially in some of our apartment complexes where they have the large dumpsters. So we're looking forward to seeing more of that. Actually, I do have a question. I'm a little confused with the citations that come from LCI and the citations that come from Public Works. There seems to be a joint effort when dealing with blight with these two. The citations that Public Works issues, do they turn into property liens, or are they citations that have a money value that is due during a certain number of days?
Yeah, the citations, historically, yes, the citations from Public Works have a value for each infraction. We have not liened any properties. Again, that has been in discussion and will be going to the city's corporation council for review as well.
So they have a day, like they have to be paid within a certain day, a certain amount of days?
Yeah, yes, that is correct. And sometimes they were not paid in the past. That is correct.
And then when they're not paid, then they just kind of disappear?
Yes, that is correct. We maintain files and folders with information. So repeat offenders, of course, that would be brought up, that there was an infraction there prior to. But yeah, some of the older ones that were not paid are kind of just lost in the clouds.
So then if somebody has these infractions or these citations, they're still able to take out permits and continue with city business. There's no flag, or there hasn't been a flag.
Yeah, in the past, you are correct, Alders. So moving forward, yes, that'll all stop. Correct.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you for all the work that you're doing and for your expertise. And it seems like Public Works and the Parks Department makes a good team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Alder Fester, I'm returning to you because you asked 2 questions and then you had some communication issues. Are you ready with your other 2 questions now?
I am, Madam Chair. Thank you. Sorry, technical difficulties. You gotta love it.
No problem. Go ahead.
I'm sure Jeff answered the question as I was, I don't know, getting cut off with the dumping in, odd spots.
Yeah. Alder Fester, yes, we have been experimenting with cameras, moving those to different locations. So those will soon be a part of our daily enforcement tools.
Awesome, thank you. And I noticed there was improvement in athletic fields as well as money set aside for parks. Can you specify which athletic fields and which parks will be taking advantage of that money that is in the capital budget?
So I think for athletic fields, definitely one big field that our goal is to get worked on this summer is the Bowen Field, which is closed by the Bowen football field. And currently, like right now, we're doing some work at West Rock Field. We are replacing all the fencing and the backstops, which is capital. That work is going currently. We have to repair the Little League field at Blake, which is next to the varsity field. That's on the list for this summer. And also Fairmont Park as well. Those 2 Little League fields there. But, taking a good inventory of all of our athletic fields, we could do, a lot of fence repair and some clay improvements, making sure the proper grades are there and all the bases are at angles and everything. For general park improvement repairs, I'm working closely with our landscape architect, Catherine. For one example, we're putting in a new splash pad at Gulf Street Park. That would have a total system of 15 splash pads citywide, which is great news. From there, we're looking at basketball courts repair, tennis crack repairs, street lights, guardrail repairs. So, I could probably, send you some locations of other projects we're working on, if you like that, Alder.
Actually, I was hoping you would say Rice Field and possibly Wilbur Cross. Wilbur Cross's field and track is totally deteriorated. The field has a big mountain in the center of it. It's not at all level. And Rice Field, the soccer field, has more divots in for liability, and the softball field, I believe the flooding has been fixed, but there was still more work that needed to be done. Are there any plans for Wilbur Cross and Rice Field?
I'll start with Wilbur-Cross. I know that we do have some capital funds allocated in our field capital money to redo the Wilbur-Cross complex. It just, we are looking for additional funds. We're asking the Board of Ed for assistance and also the state, because that is a very expensive project due to the location of the Mill River, which is on a wetland property. So, if we could work with our different partners and try to come up with the funding, I would be glad to help on that project. And as far as Rice Field goes, yes, we do have to repair a lot of dirt bike damage in the soccer field and do some more improvements, around the field. But we did repair that sewer line this fall, which I think is which is helping the flooding issue over there.
Okay, so I guess Rice Field is kind of on hold then for the soccer field.
Yeah, I know. I think it kind of, we'll have to see what we do with Wilbur-Cross first, and then we could determine if we're going to move soccer over there. But, our staff is there daily because baseball is going on. They had their first game today. So, we're making sure the field's safe.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And thanks you guys for all your hard work. It's definitely showing, and appreciate it very much, as does the public. So thank you. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Alder
Thank you,
Festa,
Alder.
did you want to have, through the chair, that list of sports fields improvements that the Parks and Public Works Department is planning?
Not necessarily, unless other committee members are interested in seeing it.
Madam Chair, I would love to see it if I could make that request for you.
Yeah, so noted.
Okay, that's no problem.
Alrighty. Excellent. Moving right along to Alder Evelyn Rodriguez. You're next, ma'am.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We can't hear you. Go right ahead.
Yes. I'd like to say that I've heard from residents that they feel that the parks and public works, that something good is happening there. But I would like to bring to the attention, in what I'm concerned about is in commercial resident areas. For example, in my ward, I'm seeing a lot of trash, and there are really no bins that can be shared. So are you thinking of some way to address the business and the residents, and also resources and schools in places where you have a lot of people coming together for many causes, and the debris that's found in those areas it's a lot. So I just wanted to know if you've thought of doing anything, education, anything like that with all these groups.
Sure. I think through our communications with the neighborhood specialists and the community groups, that's where we're going to get the information. And I think it's important that we continue to show a presence at those meetings. So we will do that, listen to the concerns. We always support activities. A lot of groups throughout the city now are contacting the Department of Parks and Public Works to assist with the neighborhood cleanups. We love doing that, working with the residents, and we'll be very active in the education programs as well. I think our public space inspectors will assist in that process. So most definitely you'll see a presence in your neighborhoods.
Okay, we do have, of course, through the management teams, all people come together. However, I'm thinking more about enforcement. I mean, do we have the littering, and do we have enforcement on the part of businesses if there's a lot of garbage near the premises and on the avenues?
Yes, and again, I think, as I stated earlier, having our new employee, Lori Lopez, with her strong ties to LCI will be very beneficial. A lot of that the debris starts on private property. And it was very difficult when you have a public space inspector who can go up to the back of the sidewalk, which is the right of way, the limits, and say, my jurisdiction stops here. Well, LCI has to take over from here. We're going to bridge that gap, and hopefully down the road it will improve. But I think the step right now is with this individual and her assistants, of course, assistant working closer with LCI. You're going to see an improvement in those neighborhoods.
Thank you. That is all. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam Chair.
Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Evelyn. Alder Hurt, question.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Chair.
It's late.
Thank you. I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Alder Decker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions. I share Alder Festa's concern about the dumping on English Drive, but that has already been answered. So thank you.
All right. I have to say, I have a few questions for the Public Works Department myself, and since I'm next on the queue, for Mr. Pesca-Solido, you talk about the street sweeping that's going to start ramping up, right? Very good to know. However, when the street sweeping starts, then first and foremost, signage to let people know, hey, you must move your car from whatever side to the other side because the streets are going to be swept. One of the complaints I've gotten is the signage does not go up in an ample time for folks to move their car before the tow people start coming down the road, grabbing up everybody's vehicles that's parked on the wrong side. Have we worked out a plan that's going to address that situation? That's the first question.
Yeah, our routes are basically have remained the same. They are published on the city's website, but we do our best at posting paper signs, notification to the public 24 hours in advance. So the day prior to, our signs are put up, and the vehicles will not, again, we are not towing, but they will not be ticketed if there is not a sign present that would notify the residents.
I say that because, I've had some horror stories from residents in the past about this towing business and some of these companies that are being used by the city. So please, I just want to stress that when that does start, if the towing actually starts where they are lifting people's cars off the street, you know what I mean? We are giving ample time for residents to be able to move their vehicles, okay? Moving along to my next question, sidewalks. Now, I did a little assessment in Ward 24 very recently to find out that there are some major trip and fall hazards, big holes in sidewalks in Ward 24, Winthrop Avenue, disgraceful mess. All right. What is the responsibility for the city when it comes to trip and fall hazards with sidewalks? Who does the repairs compared to, okay, there's an allocation of monies for sidewalk repairs that each alder gets, right? But if there's an overlap in a ward where the sidewalk is disgracefully degraded due to lack of simple maintenance, okay, where do we go here? Whose responsibility is that?
Well, the overall permanent repair program for sidewalks is now handled through Mr. Zinn and the city engineers department. We at Public Works, we will inspect and we will provide the temporary repairs to alleviate the trip and fall hazards. But we also have the contract that does the sidewalk grinding. Again, aesthetically, it's not the most accepted maintenance by residents, but it saves us some time for replacing full depth concrete sidewalks. So the price versus a few dollars to grind down a trip and fall versus a lawsuit will buy us some time. We do monitor those locations, and then we work with, again, city engineer's office for the permanent repairs. I think the city engineer can describe the process, which involves the resource allocation committee, the process we utilize to make decisions on major repairs. But again, the city ordinances are pretty much straightforward. The abutting property owner has a responsibility to maintain the sidewalks unless they're damaged by city trees or some other city activity. But again, I will let the city engineer expand on that when he's up in the next few minutes, I would assume.
All right, and okay, thank you for that, sir. And the next thing, I have a concern. I'll just say about the drainage corners. I've noticed that a lot of those drainage are like really, really covered with debris and trash in a lot of the neighborhoods. And that's a concern because that does not allow for water to run into those drainage if they're all blocked. So, I think that's something that we would need to look a little closer at and make sure that those drainages are clear, where I go out there with my rake and end up clearing the drainage in my neighborhood on my street. You know what I mean? But
No, yeah. Valid concern. Again, I think with our street sweeping program, some of the drainage structures are older. They're a little bit recessed due to other maintenance issues. So the sweeper cannot actually get that material off of all of our drains. When we have staff, and usually we will utilize light duty assistance from some staff members, or years ago we had seasonals, they would go ahead of the sweepers, clean the basins, and the sweeper would pick up that debris. But we can work on that, Alder. Definitely work on that.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. That was all my 3 questions. And let me just say thank you for your hard work and, your care and attention to our city streets, sidewalks, parks, and the whole public works department and what they do for our city. We are grateful for all the hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All righty. With that, our last but not least department is the Department of Engineering.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will get this started. I know Mr. Zinn has already joined. So the Department of Engineering doesn't really have a lot of changes going over from fiscal year 21 to 22. The personnel changes is really just eliminating a dollar position that we've held in the budget for the last 5 or 6 years, which was the chief civil engineer. But again, that's always been filled at $1. We do have a reduction to other contractual services and temporary and part-time help and stormwater. And going into your last comment, Madam Chair, that is one of the items that we will be fixing via the city's technical amendment. We did reduce it by 25,000, but we are going to propose bringing that back up to the level funding of 525,000 of what it was this year. One of the major changes in the engineer's general fund budget is really to our repairs and maintenance, and that is the general fund's portion of facilities. That is what we use to maintain 165 Church Street, 200 Orange Street, and the police facilities and fire, and some of the fire facilities as well. That is where we pay our contractors to maintain those facilities on our behalf. You will see an increase, again, focusing on the together budget of $200,000. Some of that is what we're finding during COVID and just some of the measures that we would need to put into place. And some of that is also just general increased costs over the years that we see in maintaining the city facilities. So again, that would include repairs and maintenance, cleaning, our management services, just general overall repairs and maintenance. Engineering does not have any changes in their license permits or fees or any revenue changes. Going to the next slide. So in the capital budget, we had a focus in this budget on the Complete Streets program, street reconstruction. As you can see, we did increase that budget in the 21-22 year to $2.3 million, which is an increase of 1.6 over the last 2-year cycle. The only other major change in the engineering budget, again, focusing on facilities, which actually goes back to Alder Marchand's point during fire. We are looking at facilities and what we need to do. So you'll see an increase in facility rehab of $3 million. Now, just as an overall note in the budget, that also does combine certain accounts. So in the past, we had the government center, which was 200 Orange Street and 165. Then we had facility rehab, which was like all the other facilities that the city owns. Then we had Gulf Street. We kind of threw all of that into one pot so we can better utilize the borrowing and capital repairs. So it's just not towards certain projects. So that's what that $3 million is combining various capital projects. So that is what I have, and I will let Mr. Zing go a little bit more into his presentation.
All right.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you very much for having me. Giovanni Zinn, City Engineer, 95 Soundview Terrace. Michael, if you don't mind going to the back a slide, I was going to use that to speak a little bit more. I think Michael covered a lot of the basics on it. Again, street reconstruction, complete streets is a really big emphasis for our department. Also, we'll dovetail into a lot of the state and hopefully federal funding that you will see as well separately submitted. Our major corridors program, again, spending millions of dollars on a lot of our major streets, looking towards pedestrian safety and safety in general of all the users of the road. Sidewalk reconstruction, we actually have some state funding as well that we're coming online here in the next 2 years of $2.3 million, which you've previously approved. So that number that you see here only reflects the city side, and then there's the state side as well that will come on. So we're going to see a lot of sidewalk work also under the major corridors program. So our sidewalk spend is going to be comparable to what we've seen over the last couple of years. Bridges, we're finishing up on our Grand Avenue Bridge, which is the largest bridge project we've undertaken in some time, and hopefully the last of the very large bridge projects. We have another one at Humphrey Street that's coming up here, which is a smaller a project, I think a couple million total, half of it's paid by the state of Connecticut. And that's really to provide scour protection on the stream bed for that. And we are also looking going further, and we'll have a presentation when we submit our bridge report, getting ahead of some of the other bridges and some are bridge preservation and maintenance. The Ferry Street Bridge, actually, some of the approach spans that weren't covered in the 2008 project, getting those cleaned up and preserved for service in the future. Again, Mr. Gorman covered the facilities very well. We have a lot of different facility needs coming up in the future. And we're looking at things like the fire chief said over at Engine 15. Also looking towards our climate goals, making sure that as we do work in our facilities, we do in a way that is sustainable and responsible. All right, let me go to the next slide, please. Some of the COVID-19 impacts in our department, we've actually been working throughout the pandemic. We were able to move our office operations to remote. However, we were in, pretty much everyone in my department's out in the field doing construction activities throughout the pandemic. Construction never stopped. It was a critical function. However, we have seen various impacts, especially around the cost of materials and supply chain difficulties. We did have some issues of COVID appearing on our job sites and crews having to stop. Our painting crew, for example, on the Grand Avenue Bridge had to start and stop a couple times because of that. But really the impact has been on supply chain, simply being able to get materials. And we've seen a lot of our projects, it's not like one big delay. It's a lot of sort of 1 week delay here, another week delay here, et cetera. And that adds up over time in our projects. So we've been working very hard to minimize that. The stimulus and infrastructure bills will have a huge impact in the construction market. We don't know exactly what that's going to be. We've certainly seen certain things like wood and steel, double, triple in price. You go to Home Depot, you can buy a 2x4 now for $6 instead of $2 or $3. And so that definitely has an impact on our work. We're also working closely with the entire city as these big federal dollars are coming down to make sure that we can bring some of those to our community and invest in New Haven's future infrastructure. Next slide. So some of the priorities, jobs, working with small minority New Haven businesses. This is a very lengthy topic and a very important topic. That's been covered in various other forums. I think it's something that has to be part of all the decisions we make in our procurement. And we do have some successes. We had a small business that was starting out on sidewalks several years back, and now this past year they won $1 million contract for sidewalks from the city, and they're being able to grow. We're building a training room right now for video training for the police department. It's a small project, but it's 3 New Haven minority businesses that are building that. So it's 100% built by New Haven based minority businesses. So that's exciting to work with. We also want to continue partnerships such as our Bioswale partnership with Emerge and URI, where we worked with Emerge, who works with the ex-offender community to build bioswales. They're able to actually compete in the open market for construction contracts, and they also provide a lot of other benefits like job skills training as part of their services. Public safety and vibrant communities. We see a lot about the pedestrian deaths that are tragically afflicting our roads here in New Haven and roads all across the country. Our major corridors project, I think, will go a certain length to addressing that on city-owned streets, our big, larger city-owned streets. We get a lot of requests for traffic calming, walkability, sidewalks, lighting, et cetera. And I think environmental justice is also a very important part of what we do. We lead a lot of city efforts to confront the climate emergency, and I can talk a lot about that. We'll be talking a lot about electrification tomorrow night, creating equitable infrastructure, and especially infrastructure that connects people. I think it's very important to have a good sidewalk in your neighborhood, for example, to what Alder Hamilton was saying. You can get out there, you can meet your neighbors, you see and become much more of a community. Also emphasizing clean power and transportation, making sure that alternative modes of transportation are a major part of our infrastructure planning, and also proud to work on our climate efforts. For example, we use 100% renewable energy for all city operations. So all of these things together are part of our work towards environmental justice. Anyway, I know it's late, so I figured at this point I'd take your questions.
Madam Chair, this is Alder Adam Marchand. I think I'll go first.
Yeah, I realize I was on mute. Thank you, Mr. Zinn, for your presentation. Go right ahead, Alder Marchand.
Thank you, Mr. Zinn. Just a couple of questions. The first one is in regards to street paving and complete streets. They're listed on that presentation as street reconstruction and complete streets. Is that one bucket for paving streets plus anything that might be a complete streets project? Or are we looking at different buckets for the kinds of things where we're talking about speed humps and bump outs and stuff like that?
Right. So our sort of vanilla straight street paving is out of a public works account, which was in their budget. What this is for is really twofold. First, it's for the construction of complete streets. And then it's typically used for design services on projects like lot SIP projects, which is a state funding source, where they pay 100% of the construction. We have to pay for the design. We do a lot of the design ourselves. However, we don't do like the surveys, for example, ourselves. We contract that out. So that gets paid out of there. But I'd say that the vast majority of it is it goes into complete streets projects out in the field. And that's, I think, something that's changed over the year. We've been able to get a lot more of that into asphalt and concrete.
Thank you for that reminder. I'm looking at, so you mentioned the building electrification issue, which I'm sure will be discussed much more tomorrow. But I didn't see anything in this list of capital requests that seem directly relevant to that, except for perhaps facility maintenance. So are you really just at a planning phase for electrification, and maybe 2 years from now you'll have more capital projects proposed on that score, or is it in here somewhere?
It's there. I mean, that the electrification is what we're trying to do right now, especially on our smaller facilities where it's doable. The community building at the ice rink is going to be electrified for its heating and cooling. Our new public works facility, that's our current concept, is to have that, using variable refrigerant flow heat pumps. We had a substation. We have to replace the 2 rooftop units. Those are switching over to variable flow refrigerant systems. Our Atwater Senior Center, we're in the planning phase right now to switch that over to electrification because the boiler's gone on that. I'd rather spend the money on better AC and all of that. Engine 8, the second floor right now has heat pumps that you can use for both heating and cooling. They still have a boiler in the building for the first floor, and I think they use it also as supplement to the second floor, but they can use those as well. So, it's part of everyday decisions that we make as we look at this. The Fire Training Academy had a rooftop unit that went, got to replace that before the winter. That's going to be a heat pump unit. And it's not going to have a natural gas burner in it. So
in other words, there wouldn't be a summary of capital projects that had a separate line saying electrification. It would be sprinkled throughout the facility related capital projects where you're doing renovations or building a new structure.
Yeah, and I think that's
upgrades.
It's not a side project that we bolt on to what we do. It's part and parcel of all the decisions we make on our facility infrastructure.
Great. Last question for you, Mr. Zen, which is in regards to, I believe, a reorganization or a title change you made within the last couple of years. I think moving one kind of engineer position to another. Was it an assistant to a deputy or something? Could you remind us what that was, and is it working out?
Yes, it is working out. So what happened was in the last year's budget, I think the original submission was that I was going to lose the assistant city engineer position, which is the functional deputy. The way the department's organized is that there's the assistant city engineer, but there were the 2 chief engineers, which were the chief civil and the chief structural engineer. So I had a retirement on chief civil engineer right at July 1st of last year. So, and I knew that towards the tail end of the budget process. So instead of losing my assistant city engineer, I ended up losing my chief civil engineer, and they were very close in salary range. So I think it's very important to have sort of that one deputy, especially for managerial and human resource type things. We work in a very collaborative environment. So it's, the engineering department is relatively flat from a reporting standpoint. But it's I think it's important to have that deputy position that sort of, if I'm not around, it's immediately obvious that, Dawn Henning, who's our assistant city engineer, is the next.
Great.
I hope that answered your question.
It did. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Zinn.
All righty. Thank you, Alder Marchand. Moving along to Alder Ernie Santiago. Questions for Mr. Zinn?
No question at this time, Madam Chair. No questions. Thank you.
All righty. Alder DeCola.
Questions at this time. Thank you.
All righty. Alder Morrison.
One question. So Giovanni, in regards to the planning for the pavements, I know that you're going to be doing a lot of not just major streets, but different streets throughout the city. When is the plan going to start? When do you plan on starting this process? Because the one thing over the years I've learned is that when it comes to sidewalks and pavement, there's always this little window of time that you guys have, literally the place that you get the materials from closed down at a certain time. So with that, it will only allow you but so many streets, I'm assuming, that you can do one, or that just means there are more private contractors that you would have to hire in order to get these various streets done. So I guess my question is two parts. One, when is the conversations going to start, or what is your list in regards to what you want to see get done this year and next year? Two, when do those conversations start? Three, when will we actually see actual pavement, new gravel in the ground? And so that's not in that order, however way you can.
Sure.
I had to organize my own self.
Well, thank you, Alder Morrison. There are various facets to your question, and I'll try to answer them as best I can. The paving, sort of maintenance paving, is actually done by the Public Works Department. So I defer to Jeff on exact list and timing. The list is obviously goes through the Resource Allocation Committee, which the CAO and I sit on, and on the aldermanic side is your majority leader and Alder Douglas, and they provide the list. And the way we typically do it is that we, like for sidewalks, large sidewalks. So Alder Hamilton will be happy to know that Winthrop actually was approved last year from Whaley to Chapel for sidewalk repairs, and we're doing I think around $350,000 worth of sidewalk repairs there in that stretch. That was bid out, awarded to a contractor. The contractor gets a bundle of sidewalks, and then they sort of go in whichever order they choose for the most part.
So Giovanni, let me just jump in right there, because I think I asked my question the way that I asked it, the way that you're answering. That's not the piece, because I know like the rack and all of that.
Sure.
I'm really looking at specifically, I know there's some monies that are coming down where you like to do the whole Winchester Avenue, right?
Right.
And so that's not, I don't think that money or that conversation, and maybe it is a part of rack. And so with that being the case, because everyone doesn't fall in the category.
Sure. Oh, okay. I understand what you. I understand your question, I think, better now. So our major corridors, I think, is what you're talking about. And we've started to have meetings with the neighborhoods of some of our corridors, like Valley Street and Whitney Avenue and Whaley Avenue. We have some projects like Howard Avenue that we've had conversations for years, and now we're at right at the cusp of construction. Winchester Avenue is, as we've discussed, sort of our first street in our second tranche here. It was supposed to have been approved last month by SCROG, the Southern Connecticut Regional Council of Governments, on their priority list. They were unable to get their priority list in line and for a vote in the Transportation Committee at SCROG. I spoke with the staffer there last week, and he thinks that he'll have it for this month's meeting. Once we have that, then I'll reach out to you to schedule the start of a meeting for a community meeting where we can get input on Winchester Avenue. And I'd look to do that probably in May or June here. And then, probably a couple months after that, we'd have a second meeting to talk about the concepts. We're trying to push a lot of major corridor projects here through. We sort of had, we were going to do this last year, and then the pandemic struck, and it was, kind of unclear how public outreach meetings would really happen in at least the early part of the pandemic before everyone got used to Zoom. I think we figured out a pretty decent way of doing it now, and our online feedback tool has gotten a lot of input as well. But yes, it's the order there is to a certain extent also determined by the pavement condition as well, and some of the other priorities of our different departments. And making sure that we don't want to be in a position where we have to absolutely pave a street, and we pave it, and then 5 years later we rip out parts of it to do complete some of our complete streets and larger geometric improvements, for example. So this is really an effort to try to do all of this at the same time, and do it in a timely fashion. I hope that answers your question a bit more.
Yeah, I guess I just was, because I know that money is limited, the time frame is limited, but at the same time, materials for doing pavement is also limited. So I just was trying to get an idea about how many of these various streets will be able to be done as related to a plan. And that's why I was saying I wasn't really speaking to the RAC process. I was speaking more so to this specific monies. And so I'm glad to hear that the conversations have started, like over in Ward 30, and it's moving its way over to New Orleans, Dixwell. And so, okay, so basically as a city, we will start seeing a lot of streets blocked off for the most part, or traffic rerouted because of the various hopeful pavement street replacement that will go on throughout the city.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously try to limit our traffic impacts as much as possible. But yes, especially during paving operations, there are impacts.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman. Sorry, moving right along to Alder Walker Myers. Thank you, Alder Morrison.
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Alder Festa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Giovanni. I just have a quick question in regard to the skating rink. I believe we are in phase 2.
Yeah, we had some delays related to COVID and working inside. We're finishing up the community building, which is the last part of it. We also worked, sort of had to alter our HVAC system a bit to help with cost and, future serviceability. So all of that will be wrapped up, as I believe Ms. Bombero referenced earlier, in order for it to open on opening day.
Okay, so we're looking at the fall, winter. Is that?
I think it's early October is the date. So, we're planning on being open. Everything will be open on them at that time.
Okay, thank you. And just lastly, I brought this up with DPW Parks regarding Rice Field and Wilbur Cross. And I know we had met and spoken about fixing the fields there, and it looks like it's not going to happen. And that's a little disappointing, considering Wilbur Cross High School is the biggest high school in the city of New Haven, and we're encouraging families and kids to get out and use the fields and be outdoors more often. And the track, as you may be well aware, is just crumbling at Wilbur Cross, and the football field is not level. Rice Field is a mess. What are the plans moving forward? Because I don't see anything in the capital budget, and we're on a 2-year cycle. So that's a little concerning to me, because I thought we were on the right path for this, and I feel like it's being delayed. So if you could give your perspective on it, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. I must admit that my perspective on it, I don't think really coincides with your understanding of the situation, and maybe just that, we're seeing different parts of the beast, so to speak. Rice Field, we talked about it. We did, installed, I think, 300 feet of drainage line to get rid of the drainage problem. I was sort of in and out. One of my small children was not quite going to sleep tonight, but I thought I caught a couple sentences from Bill Carone that they are going to try to deal with some of the dirt bike damage and things like that up there. I think there's an interest to go after some grant funding, possibly at the state level, for both Rice and Blake Fields, and getting those to kind of mesh together and work better together for space allocation. We do have funds identified in the current capital plan. I think first is looking at the tennis courts at Wilbur Cross. We're doing some geotechnical borings over there because we think it's very marshy land. I think we have to be very careful as we put tracks or a turf field, which is its own sort of question, artificial turf, back, is that if you don't address some of the underlying geotechnical issues, you still get subsidence and differential settlement, which I think is by and large, many of the things that you're concerned about. So, my understanding is that there'll be field maintenance at Rice Field, especially now that we've taken care of the longstanding drainage issue, which required rerouting an entire outfall. As far as the Wilbur Cross area, we are looking at the tennis courts, and I think there's a very substantial ask, I think, to the state to do both the track and also an artificial turf field. I think we're trying to understand exactly what what some of the subsidence issues are over there. It's a similar challenge actually that we have to the Edgewood tennis courts, which I think are the first ones that we'll be doing here. We're actually looking to use a technique that's of soil densification that is used typically on buildings. We use that at the Q House, for example. A lot of the buildings in downtown called rammed aggregate piers, where you add and compact columns of crushed stone that sort of lock and bind this big block of soil together. And doing some of that under our tennis courts, for example, is we think is a cost-effective way of reducing some of that settlement that we see, as opposed to doing something like a post-tension slab or other things that you see commonly on tennis courts. So that's a somewhat lengthy answer, but we are thinking a lot actively on it, and I think you're seeing parts of it being addressed. I think, as Bill said, there's no question that the $3 million or $4 million figure that's been thrown out about the Wilbur Cross complex is something that the city is still chasing.
There were plans, though, for it at one time, even switching the field around. Is that still an ongoing conversation, or has it been lost somewhere in the realm of things?
We still use rendering that Board of Ed did years ago, but to Giovanni's point, that didn't consider the geotechnical. So it's more of a concept and rough budget as opposed to a plan.
Okay. So maybe we need to sit down and have this conversation for that field, because it's something that needs to be done. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Thank you, Alder Festa. Moving along to Alder Furlow. Any questions for Mr. Zinn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Zinn, looking forward to working with you this next budget year, all the great infrastructure that we're going to see, especially throughout these major arteries, our streets, and Frederick. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right. Thank you, sir. Moving right along to Alder Evelyn Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. it's good to hear the information that you've shared with us, Mr. Zinn, especially around our legislative agenda. And again, considering community-based policing and considering that we are decreasing a number of police officers, it's good to see that you have fought strongly the issue of making sure that we improve our sidewalks, that we improve lighting in the city, that we improve a number of things so that this will be a cost-effective thing and will be supportive and helpful in addressing safety in our city. The only concern that I have at this time, because I'm looking forward to our work together, is that there is some areas in my ward that the lighting, even though we have lighting, they are extremely dim. Are we expecting to change that lighting? And that, I believe, is happening in many parts of the city where the lights are very dim. Thank you, Mr. Zinn.
Thank you. I certainly look forward to working with you as well. The LED lighting is actually now maintained by traffic and transportation, traffic and parking. That being said, we do work with them on the underground lighting infrastructure and have worked with them closely on some of the technical matters. I do believe they are swapping out fixtures across the city, and I'm sure if you got in touch with me and Doug about it, any particular areas of concern, we'd be happy to address them.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Evelyn. Next, Alder Hurt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look forward to working with you, Director Giovanni Zinn. But I'm also looking forward to the installation of outstanding speed humps in my ward. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to the same thing, sir.
All righty, thank you, Alder Hurt. On Alder Decker.
Question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Whew. That has come to the end of our presentation for this evening's budget workshop. Thank you to everyone that has participated, all the colleagues that stayed on the call just to listen. Please be reminded that our next budget workshop will be on Thursday, April 15th. That is this Thursday, same time, same place. And in that budget workshop, we will be hearing from the Special Services District, Grand Avenue, Chapel West, Town Green, and Whaley Avenue Special Services District, as well as from the Board of Education. All righty, so hopefully everyone will be here and can join us on this Thursday. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, this is Alder Adam Marchand. I move we adjourn.
Second.
Any discussion on adjourning? No. Alder Marchand in favor?
Yes.
Ernie Santiago? Nicola?
Yes.
Morrison? Walker Myers?
Yes.
Testa?
Yes.
Earl? Evelyn Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ron Hurt?
Yes.
And Alder Charles Decker? And Alder Morrison, if I have missed you, I apologize. We are all in favor of adjourning. So at this time, we are adjourned. And thank you all very much and have a good night, everyone.
Thank you
See
and
you
good
on Thursday.
night.